decided to check the new maid left his wallet on the table and switched on the camera MP4. Jonathan never thought that in his 40s he would be the head of the company his father created. He thought he would have to wait 10 years because his father was strong, healthy, and never got sick. And no one expected that he would ever go to the hospital. But it happened right at the meeting. Robert became ill and was taken to hospital. The doctors said it was a stroke. Jonathan immediately called his mother and told her the news. "But how can it be, son? There's no way your father's heart could be bad." "Mum, this is no time to bicker. That's what the doctors told me. So come here." "Sure, I understand. I'll be right there." Jonathan didn't have a good relationship with his mother, nor with his father. He could never understand why they had even produced him if they had absolutely no interest in his life. They never cared. His father was in business and his mother was in business for herself, and they didn't care about their son. When Jonathan grew up, he realized that his father had always done his best for the family. When he came to work in his father's company after college, he realized how hard it was, and that his father had always tried for the family and their well-being. And this is how it all ended. Mum arrived an hour later. This really pissed Jonathan off because he understood why she was late. Apparently she couldn't decide what to wear to the hospital. She was always like that. "Here, son, I'm finally here," she declared, standing up in front of him, apparently expecting him to appreciate her appearance. "You could have done it sooner. After all, Dad's in a serious condition right now and you've been traveling to the hospital for over an hour." "Well, what can I do to help him now? He doesn't have time for us anyway. And anyway, son, why are you so serious? It was bound to happen sooner or later. After all, your father worked day and night, and he didn't care about his family. And if he didn't work so hard, Mum, you'd hardly have such a wonderful life. You have everything. You don't need anything. As you realize, money doesn't just fall from the sky. So I understand my father." "That's fine, you understand now. You're likely to take over his business. That's great, of course. I can't imagine how he and I are going to get on, though." "I don't know what you mean." "Or else he'll stay at home all day." "I'm sure he'll pull through. You've got him very strong." "That's only good if he's normal. What if he's paralyzed?" "Mum, it feels like you're afraid of what you'll have to do to look after him. But don't worry, I'll get him the best doctors and carers, because knowing you, you won't even go near him. And that's not right. Do you love him even a little?" "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business?" "I'll answer that question for you. No, I don't anymore. And believe me, your father doesn't feel anything for me anymore either. We're just used to each other, that's all. Although I don't think things are going well with your Jennifer either." "How long have you two been together?" Jonathan hesitated. "With Jennifer? Yes, they've been together for 20 years. They got married when they were still in college. Then, after 4 years of their life together, they had a son. He loved Jennifer, but the feelings faded a bit. Although it was not his fault, but she herself for some reason began to distance herself from him, although he did everything to make her feel good with him. He thought he was doing a good job. Jennifer then told him that she would not work, that she would take care of her son. And he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was waiting for him at home, that he had support, and that he could work in peace, knowing that his wife was waiting for him at home. At first everything was fine. The son was growing up, becoming somehow closer to his father. But Jennifer, on the contrary, began to distance herself from both of them. What was going on, he could not understand, although he repeatedly asked her about it. But she either kept silent or said that everything was fine. He decided to find out what was wrong. But then his father got into trouble, and he decided to put it on the back burner. Remembering Jennifer, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his wife's number. It was ringing, but there was no answer. He noticed that she had started to ignore his calls a lot, and he didn't like it. "Where's your Jennifer? Hasn't she arrived yet? All you guys do is talk about me. Your wife is taking her time too, I see." "I called you first, Mom, not Jennifer. It's not her problem. It's you and me." "What do you mean it's not her problem? She's part of our family too. Or am I missing something? So living in luxury is just fine with her?" And when her father-in-law got into trouble, so her house is on the edge. Mom, what's Jennifer got to do with it? And what does it have to do with living in luxury? Besides, you know very well that I've been on my own for a long time, and that my father has never helped me with money. Everything I have, I've earned on my own. So don't blame her for money. She's my wife and I do everything for my family. You'd better watch yourself. She's just arrived and she's already trying to make a scene. Because I'm sick of you seeing me all the time and no one else. I'm tired of it. Do you understand? You and your father are both unhappy with me all the time. What I can't understand is, what have I done to you? You haven't done anything, except ignore us. As soon as you gave birth to me, you put me in the care of a nanny. Because you couldn't look after me yourself, you see. You had things to do. But what business, Mum? You've never worked a day in your life. What could you have more important than a child? I thought that when I went to school and started doing well, my mum would finally notice me, realize what kind of son she had and be proud of him. But no, my mum, as always, is busy with herself, and she doesn't need anyone else. How dare you reproach me for that? I gave birth to you, so be happy. I did everything for you. You just don't remember it. Well, Mum, let's remind me. What did you do that I'm shameless? I've forgotten everything. Remind me. Cassandra looked at her son carefully, not understanding what was happening to him. Most of the time they just said hello. Well, sometimes they could say a few words. But today was just a benefit. Her son was demanding some kind of explanation from her, and she didn't like it. I see what's going on with you. You had a thing with Jennifer, and now you're taking it out on me. Am I wrong? What does Jennifer have to do with this? Mum, you're always changing the conversation. I'm not diverting anything. I just see that you're taking your anger out on me, and I don't like it. Do you understand? I don't want my son talking to me like that. Do you understand? Jonathan stood up and walked down the corridor of the hospital complex. The hospital was not a budget hospital. The building had been built during the Soviet era. It was obvious to the naked eye. As soon as my father feels a little better, and as soon as he can be transported, he will immediately move him to another clinic, to a place where he will be comfortable. And anyway, as if reading his thoughts, his mother said, "Why the hell did you bring him here? Can't you see there's nothing they can do here? It's a hospital for the poor." For whom? Are you serious now, Mum? I don't think you came from a rich family either. And I bet you went to the exact same clinic when you were a kid. Jonathan, for the last time, don't talk to me like that, or I'll... What are you going to do? Mum, are you going to punish me? You won't do anything. You just don't like talking to me because I don't agree with you all the time. And because I have my own opinion on everything. You see, I've grown up and I see things differently now. In fact, you're to blame for a lot of things, but that's up to you. I'm just asking you, please don't act like this. You can talk to your mates like that, but don't talk to me. We're here together because my dad's not well. That's it. Cassandra pouted, but kept silent. She was uncomfortable with the whole thing, especially the way her son looked at her as if she were a stranger. Yes, it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jonathan rarely came to visit them out of town. Her daughter-in-law and grandson hadn't spoilt them with their visits. She'd forgotten what her grandson Richard looked like. He must be grown up now, though she wasn't interested. Her son was right, of course, but what could she do if she couldn't stand children from childhood? She'd never had any friends, because she'd always thought everyone her age was stupid, and she was the only smartest girl on earth. Jonathan was beginning to lose patience, and when finally the doctor came out of the intensive care unit and approached him. Well, the crisis is over. But he should not be disturbed now. He is still very weak. We've given him medication and he's sleeping. Was it a stroke? No, it must have been a microinfarction. Your father is mentally and physically exhausted. So I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to work anymore. As far as I can see, he's always at your work, letting all his problems pass through him. And this is the result. It's a good thing it ended this time. Next time it could be fatal. Do you understand? I understand. When can I pick him up? Tomorrow morning you can come and take him home. But he'll need care for now. And then, of course, he needs to go to the seaside. Not just for a few weeks, but preferably longer. I see that you are well-to-do people, so I don't think you'll have any problems with that. Jonathan nodded, agreeing with the doctor. He had been telling his father for a long time that he needed more rest. But, as always, his father didn't listen to anyone. And this was the result. When they left the hospital, he turned to his mother and said, "All right, I'll pick up my father from the hospital tomorrow. He needs to stay at home for the first time. And then I'll send you to the sea. My father has a cottage. It's got a life of its own. There are tenants there now. Tell them to look for another place. And you'll move there. You'll live there for a while." "How long do we have to live there?" "Mom, what do you care? Do something for your husband already. After all, you see the state he's in. Besides, you could use a change of scenery too. You don't look well, to be honest." Cassandra wrinkled her nose. She didn't like being told that. She preferred to hear only compliments. "You could be more polite. Besides, you know I don't like being told what to do." "Mom, I said you and Dad are leaving, so that's what's going to happen. Do you understand?" She stopped talking and looked at her son. She had never seen him like this before. What was going on with him lately, she didn't understand. In the past, although they didn't talk much, he had treated her with respect, unlike now. "Whatever you say, son. Just don't talk to me like that again, please. It's like you're a stranger." "Mum, stop it. You see how things are, but you're still trying to contradict me. You knew your father should have taken a holiday a long time ago, but you didn't do anything about it. You're his wife. Did you see how tired he was? I didn't see anything because he'd leave when I was asleep. He'd come back when I was asleep. Do you understand?" "No, Mum, I don't understand, because he loves you. I always thought everything was perfect between you two. What happened? Why did you become so inconsiderate of him?" "Because he..." Cassandra didn't want to continue the conversation. Why would she tell her son that his father had had a mistress a long time ago? And she occasionally indulged in innocent pranks. That's probably what drove them apart. And of course she didn't want to go to the sea with her husband, because she realized that they were strangers to each other. "Mum, are you not telling me something? I can see that you and Dad don't even live together." "You know, son, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. This is between me and him, and it's none of your business. But I can handle it. I'm a strong woman, and if you say we should treat him, then we'll treat him. By the sea, then by the sea. Although I'd rather go abroad." "Mum, not now. You realize flying might make him worse. I'd rather go to the sea. When he's stronger, then you can think about going abroad. And I'll support you in that, by the way. Let the doctors there examine him. Because I don't trust our medicine very much." "Well, son, you're wrong, of course. But you know best." They got in the car and Jonathan drove Mum home. They lived in the country. His father had built a big cottage a long time ago. He wanted the whole family, including his grandson, to live with them. But his Jennifer didn't get along well with her mother-in-law, so they stayed living in the city. Although he could see that his wife liked the house very much. "Who's going to look after the house?" "Son, as far as I'm concerned, we're not going there for one day. We're going to be there for a long time and we can't just leave the house." "Of course I understand. Please come and live with us. It would make me feel better." Jonathan nodded. But he realized that even though it was an elite cottage town with security guards and all that, he couldn't leave the house for too long. And that meant they'd probably have to live there. "Don't worry, Mum, I've got it. We'll move in with you." "Don't worry. I'll tell Jennifer to pack today. Tomorrow I'll pick up Dad from the hospital, and we'll move in a few days." "That's good. That's great. I'll show Jennifer around and introduce her to the staff, the cook and the housekeeper. We've just had a maid leave the other day, and while Molly's been keeping the house in order. But it's hard for her to keep track of everything. You know, it's a big place, so we'll have to find a maid." "All right, Mum, I'll think of something." "So why do you bother? Let Jennifer do it. She's at your house anyway. And your son's a big boy, by the way. He's got a long way to go to school. So he's going to need to be picked up." I'll talk to Uncle Will, my dad's driver, so he can keep his job. He'll drive my son to and from school. Good, that's settled. Then I'll come home and start packing. I have to start packing so I don't forget anything. 'Cause if I do it in a hurry, I'm bound to forget something important. I will. Jonathan listened to his mother and smiled. He remembered his childhood, when his mother had always started packing for a trip a month in advance. And when the day came when she had to go somewhere, she had probably 10 suitcases instead of 1 or 2. My father would always scold me, but my mother would reply that she had taken everything she needed. So, Mum, here we are. I'm not going home, I'm going to work. I have to do something there, and I have to tell her that my father won't be here for a while and that I'll take his place. Then I'll go home and tell my wife to start packing too. We'll move in with you one of these days. Okay, son, I'll take care of things then. Thank you, son. You've somehow calmed me down, because lately I've been feeling like a stranger and unwanted. It's going to be okay, Mum. I love you very much. And believe me, Daddy loves you very much too. Cassandra didn't say anything to that. She smiled, stroked her son's cheek, and got out of the car. Jonathan had settled things at work, and when he looked at the time he realized that it was well past midnight. He often came home like this, even though he had planned to get home early tonight. Plus, Jennifer still hadn't called him back, and that worried him a little. Everything seemed fine, though. But still, something wasn't right. He got into his car and finally drove home. He was a little dizzy from fatigue, and all he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. Now, he not only had to do his father's job, which was to run the company, but he also had to do his own job. Until someone else was hired to take his place. Jennifer, what are you doing up? I'm watching a film. What are you doing up so late? If you picked up the phone when I called you, you'd know why I'm late tonight. So what's wrong? You can explain it to me instead of blaming me like you always do. Where's Richard? Where is he? In his room, of course, asleep for ages. He and the boys went to a basketball game today, cheering for someone. And then he did his homework and went to bed. We should put him in some kind of sport, because he's growing up a bit weak. I've always told you that. But you were too lazy to pick him up and take him there. And you kept saying he didn't need it. And now what? He's got to get ready for college. Last year of school. Jennifer flared up, jumped up from the couch, and was about to go into the other room when Jonathan grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. I'm sorry, it's just hard for me. My dad got sick at work today. They took him to the hospital. It's just been really hard on me. I always thought my dad was a tough guy, that nothing would ever happen to him. But today I was just scared for him. I realized that I could lose him at any moment. So how's he doing? He's all right, he's better, and I'll take him home tomorrow. He and his mother are going to the seaside soon. And who will live in their house? Interrupted his wife. We will, Jennifer, of course. Who else? I'm not going to live there. Jonathan and Jennifer turned round and looked at their son, who was standing in the doorway and had probably heard the conversation. I will stay here because it is too far to go to school from there. You'll have your own driver, son. Remember Uncle Will? He's going to be your grandfather's driver now. You see, son, that's the way it is now. So we're all going to have to go along with it. You think it's easy for me? Call us, I get up even earlier than you do. But there's nothing to do. So we're moving as a family into that house. All right, if I get a lift, then I'll take it. You can sleep in the car while I drive. Richard turned and went back into the room. Jennifer snapped her fingers nervously, thinking about something. Don't you think we'll have to live there for a long time? Of course I do. Because Dad will probably want to stay there. And he had this dream of growing grapes. So I think he's going to want to finally fulfill that dream. Would your mum go for it? It's so beautiful out there. Of course she would. Besides, it's as nice a house as the one you and I are going to move into. My father planned to retire and go to the sea, but he didn't expect that time to come. He planned to work too. Actually, I agree. I like it. Are we going to sell this flat? Why sell it? Let it stay. Or you can rent it out. I wouldn't mind. Keep the money. You need it more because you're always complaining to me that you have nothing to wear. So go ahead. I don't want to rent this flat. We've got all this renovation, all this furniture, and strangers are just going to ruin it. Let's just sell it. I said, no, it's my flat. My parents gave it to me, so I'm not selling it. If you don't want to sell it, you don't have to. Besides, it's not bad. I'll probably stay here a lot. Costs, it's all on me now. I'll have to work day and night, and it won't always be convenient for me to come home. By the way, Mum said their maid quit, and she asked you to find someone to do it. Can you manage? What's there to handle? I'll call the agency tomorrow, and they'll send us maids, and I'll interview them and choose the right one. By the way, when are we arriving? How much time do you need to pack? I think I can do it in a couple of days. That's fine then. We'd better do it when we get there. There might be some delays. It'll be awkward. You'll have people coming around for interviews and we won't have time for them. Mom's going too, so she won't have time to talk. I get it. Are you going to have dinner? It's so late. I wouldn't advise you to eat at night. It's not good for you. You should eat in the morning. Now let's go to bed. You're right. I can barely stand on my feet, so I'll take a quick shower and go to bed. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. And I have to pick up my dad from the hospital. Aren't you picking him up early? Maybe he needs to stay there for a couple of days. Knowing my dad, I know it's not too early. If I don't take him out, he'll leave. He hates doctors. Jennifer didn't say anything. She went silently into the bedroom. Jonathan sat down in the armchair and thought. A plan for tomorrow was in his head. He could have sat like that until morning, but feeling that tomorrow then he would feel wrecked, he got up and headed for the shower. Washing quickly, he immediately laid down on the bed and fell asleep. Jennifer looked at her husband, who was already sleeping a sound sleep. She was glad that they would finally be living in the house she had dreamed of, and also without her mother-in-law laughing. She had fallen in love with that house the moment she saw it. Only Jonathan didn't want to move in. And she understood why. He had a strained relationship with his mother and his father. Not with Robert the way he had with his mother, though. It felt like they were not mother and son, but two strangers. Jennifer was also disliked by her mother-in-law. At least that's what it seemed to her. And she realized that living together in this house would not work out, so she had to forget about it. But now she would be the mistress. She would be there now. Jennifer dreamily closed her eyes and blushed at her thoughts. She was glad that her husband had said he would be staying in town a lot. What? That was good for her. She'd replace everyone there, both the cooks and the housekeeper. She'd have her people working there, who she'd hire and who'd idolize her. And of course to keep quiet, because they would have to keep quiet. She would not be able to go to town often now, so they would come to her, and she wouldn't want her husband to know about it. Naive fool. He probably thought he was doing it for his family, for Jennifer, and that she should be grateful to him. She was just tired of sitting around waiting for him all day. She was bored, so she decided to take a lover. It's corny, but Oliver was a terrific man. He wasn't working yet, though, because, as he'd told her at the time, his mum was very ill, and he needed to look after her. He couldn't hire a carer, and his mum couldn't stand strangers in the flat. So he had to work part-time, sitting at home and looking after his mother. But he was desperately short of money. Jennifer took pity on him and started giving him money. And then they had a stormy affair, and she realized that at last she was truly in love. Oliver then asked her why she wouldn't leave her husband, because he was tired of sharing her with someone else. "Or do you love him very much?" he asked then. "Don't be silly. I only married him because I knew he was the son of rich parents. He already had a cool car and money. That's all. I never loved him. As soon as I saw you in the cafe, I lost my head. When I saw you, I fell in love with you too. You were sitting there so sad, thinking about something, so I decided to approach you. I see you waited for your friend Molly for a reason. She didn't turn up, rang me and said she was going to Turkey with her boyfriend. I was so sad. My husband and I have been together for so long. We've never been away. And he can afford it. It doesn't cost him anything. But he's got a job, you see. He doesn't care about me and my son. That's what made me sad, that some people are lucky and some people aren't. It's okay. As soon as my mom gets back on her feet, we'll go somewhere with you. You're helping me a lot. She'll get better in a little while. You're helping me with the medicine. I couldn't afford to buy her such expensive ones myself. You remember, I didn't earn anything. But once you came along, life took on new colors. I tell my mother about you all the time. She's happy that I've finally met the one I've always dreamed of. Why didn't you introduce us? I want to see her so badly. It's not time yet, love. Not yet. Besides, Mom doesn't want you to see her like this yet. As soon as she's well enough, I'll bring you to the house. Jennifer remembered those words and blushed again. She remembered what they had done after that conversation. She had felt very good. She had never felt so good with her husband. And apparently that had driven her into the arms of another man. Though to give him credit, Jonathan was good in bed too, except he didn't have time all the time. More often than not, he came home from work tired and exhausted. And he wasn't in the mood for lovemaking. She couldn't wait. She wanted to date, love, and be loved. Finally, Jennifer felt sleepy too. She turned on her other side and immediately fell asleep. Jonathan arrived at work and immediately got down to business. He called a meeting to discuss the issues that had accumulated recently. Apparently, his father had not been feeling well for a long time because he had been putting them off. Apparently, his strength was no longer the same. After everyone had dispersed, he decided to go to the hospital and find out how Dad was doing. Dad was lying on the bed, apparently watching the news on the phone. He turned to his son and smiled. Well, did I scare you yesterday? To be honest, I was a little scared myself. Apparently, son, it's time for me to retire. You bring me the documents, I'll sign everything. Because you can't sign the documents yet. So that's the first thing we need to do. I got it. Dad's talking to the doctor, and he's already preparing the discharge. So we'll go home now, and the lawyer will be waiting for you there. He knows what happened, and he knows exactly what to do. The water's beautiful. So Bridget and I are going to the sea. She called me this morning, asking how I was feeling, and I could even hear the joy in her voice. I guess she wants to go too. Yes, it's about time. I mean, it's been so long since we've been away together. As far as I'm concerned, it's the same in your family, Dad said. It's all work. But if you want a decent life, you have to make sacrifices. Well, I've been sending Jennifer and Richard on holiday. I don't think they need to resent me. No, son, you don't understand. Family is family. They'd like to go with you. They're on their own. They don't see you all the time cause we're always at work. Don't be sorry you chose to go this way. We just don't know how to balance work and rest. We're obsessed with our business, and that's not good. You have to pay attention to your family too. I'm glad this happened to me. At least now I'll be with my wife, and most importantly, my son. I'm finally fulfilling my long-held dream of growing grapes. I'm glad you're doing well, Dad. I was really scared for you yesterday. To be honest, I didn't expect this to happen to you. Yes, son, I realized it myself, that life can be cut short in an instant. Anyway, what's the sad part? Let me get ready and you hurry them up with a discharge, cause I don't want to be here anymore. I'm just having sad thoughts. Jonathan was driving his father home. He didn't realize he still had to get to work and get some things done. But he'd lost a lot of time today, and he hadn't made any progress on the things he'd planned for himself. Most likely he would have to postpone them a little bit, because he still had to move. So he won't have time to work now. Besides, it will be necessary to talk to a lawyer, to plan everything, and then to see how to act. But that's all later. The important thing is that Dad's okay, and he'll be fine. Cassandra's spirits brightened after her conversation with her son yesterday. She no longer resented her husband. She decided to forget everything, and now, when they go to the sea, she would try to make up for lost time, that is, to get closer to her husband. After all, she had always loved and admired him, because they had started everything from scratch. And now that they seemed to have everything, they had grown very distant from each other. She packed her things and thought that their life at sea would be like a fairy tale. After all, life is very short, and one should take everything one needs now, and not regret later that one didn't. She heard a car drive up to the house. She looked out of the window and saw that her son had arrived, which meant that he had brought her husband too. She dropped everything and went to meet them. "You scared me so much. Please, next time you'll tell me immediately if you feel ill. And not just tolerate it, like you did this time." Jonathan and his father stood dumbfounded on the doorstep. They hadn't seen Cassandra like this in a long time. She threw herself around her husband's neck and hugged him. Robert hugged his wife too. You could see on his face that he was very pleased to hear this. "So this is US standing on the threshold. Come on, go into the bedroom. Lie down and I'll make you something to eat. You need to take it easy and get more rest." "Mum, the lawyer's coming and we've got some business to attend to. So Dad can't lie down right now. So let's go into the living room and he can sit on the couch. I think he'll be comfortable there." "Here we go again, son. How many times?" "Mum, it's just a formality. You know, Dad's going to leave now, and I'll be running the company. So Dad needs to sign some papers now. It's necessary." "All right, but when you've finally signed everything, Robert, you go straight to bed. I'll be right next to you because I've started packing for our trip. We'll talk about it." "All right. Whatever you say, darling. What about you, Jonathan? When is Jennifer moving here? I'd like to see Richard, too. Last time I saw him was a month ago when he came to the company. His grandson's all grown up now. I didn't even recognize him." "That's because we don't see each other much. And now that we're going away, we won't see them at all," Cassandra sighed. The men looked at her in surprise again. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? I've already explained to you that I was very frightened when Robert went into hospital. I realized how fleeting life is, and we live it so miserably, so now it's going to be different." "Right. I'll make you a cup of tea, and I'll get on with my packing. I won't disturb you." When Cassandra had gone, Jonathan turned to his father and said, "You know, Dad, I think your illness has come at just the right time. Look what Mum's become. Maybe you should have been sick like this 10 years ago, don't you think?" "I think I should have been sick all the time. And maybe life went differently." They laughed and joked about it until the lawyer arrived. Only then did they settle down and get down to business. Jennifer, of course, really wanted to live in this house, but now it would be very difficult for her to get to the city. Naturally, traveling by taxi would be expensive, and Jonathan would start asking her where she went every day. So she'll have to ask him to buy her a car, and that would be a way out. "Yeah, and then we could invite Oliver here too. I mean, she's going to need to hire staff. So she'll fire the gardener and hire Oliver. Then she wouldn't have to go anywhere, and they'd be together all the time. Which probably won't work. Cossie won't go for it. He had a sick mother, but she'd have to talk to him and see what he had to say." She immediately dialed his number and told him that they needed to meet urgently. She drove to the flat she had been renting for a few months now. At first they met in hotels, but she was not satisfied with that because she was afraid of meeting people she knew, and then she asked her husband for money. She rented a flat and now they only met there. Oliver was already waiting for her there. She was always surprised at how fast he came because she herself had just taken a taxi and swore at the traffic. "Well, it's a good thing you're already here because I thought you were late too," Jennifer said. "I was lucky. I was just in the neighborhood buying my mother's medication. So you don't have to worry." "So what? Did you buy it? Show me. At least I'll see what it looks like." "Alas, I didn't buy it. The pharmacist said she wouldn't have it until tomorrow. So I'll have to drive here tomorrow as well. But that's all right. The important thing is that I can see you. So my day wasn't wasted. Listen, I've got news for you. Really, I don't know how you're reacting to it because I understand you have a sick mum," Jennifer said. "Jennifer, you're going to scare me. Tell me already what happened." "Oh, don't worry so much, honey, it's nothing. It's just that my father-in-law and mother-in-law are going to the seaside and probably for good. They've got a fancy house there. And since my father-in-law just got out of the hospital, you understand, they will live there permanently. So we're moving into their house. It's just outside of town. The house, of course, is just beautiful. It's every woman's dream to live in such a house. But there's one thing, it's very far from the city. I don't think I'll be able to take a taxi to our meetings. And I don't think you'd want to spend a lot of money either. So I don't know what to do now. Wait, Jennifer, are you saying we're not going to see you anymore? Well, that's not right. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I've only got a ray of sunshine glimmering ahead of me. And now you're leaving me. What am I going to do without you? Oliver asked excitedly. I'm not leaving you. You misunderstand me. On the contrary, I think I've found a way out. Only I don't know whether you'll agree to my proposal or not. I understand. You have a sick mom you can't leave alone. But before you say no, think carefully, okay? Well, tell me already. Don't keep me in suspense. What's on your mind? I've thought of this. My mother-in-law is leaving, and that means I can change all the staff that work there to my liking. I don't get it. What staff works there? I've just told you it's not a cottage, it's a fairy tale. There's a lot of land around it, and the house is quite large. Naturally, there are people working there. Besides, my father-in-law and my husband can afford it. Well, what do I have to do there? I'll fire the gardener and hire you. You'll live there and get a salary. And of course you'll meet me. How does that sound? But you can't leave your mom. Yeah, look, it's all solvable. I'll hire a carer. I've got the money, so it won't be a problem. Besides, from what I understand, you said I'd get a salary. So I'll have enough for a carer and my medication. I agree. Beloved, I'm so glad you agreed, because I was really worried that we wouldn't be able to see you often. You've thought of everything perfectly, and I'm happy again now. You have no idea how much I love you. When do I start my gardening duties? Hang on. We'll be moving there one of these days. Then I'll take care of the staff. And when it's ready, I'll call you straight away. Do you understand me? Jennifer asked. Yes. I'll look forward to the call, love. But now let's go to the bedroom because I missed you terribly, replied Jonathan. Jonathan sent the car out for his wife to load the things she would want to move now into their house. It became clear that his parents would probably stay at the sea. In fact, it would be better that way. His father would finally be able to do what he loved, and the local air would make him healthier. Jonathan was glad that everything had worked out with his father and that things were better with his mother. Cassandra had really changed. She never left her husband's side, and she acted as if she had been a loving and faithful wife all her life. She could see that Robert was coming around to her, so she tried to please him even more. Jonathan liked the way his parents treated each other now. He wished Jennifer would treat him that way too, because they hadn't talked much lately. But he'd come home from work and go to bed. He'd get up in the morning and go to work again. Everything was fine, it suited him. But he wished that his wife would at least sometimes meet him from work, and they would talk at least a little bit. He could see that she was excited about the move. Jonathan knew how much his wife liked the house before. And now she must be happy that she was finally going to live in it. In fact, why wouldn't she be? Maybe he'll try to be home more often now. He and his wife will have tea in the garden and talk. They used to have a lot to talk about. Except something had changed. And he didn't think it was just him. And Jennifer must have changed too. But it'll get better. If things were good for his parents, they'd be good for him. He was sure of it. Vanessa walked home sadly. I don't know what to do now, Vanessa thought. She had always thought that she would dedicate her life to sports. She had been going to karate since she was a kid, and she even had medals. But an injury ruined everything, and the coach told her that she had nothing to do in sports. At first, she was very upset, but her friend Sharon offered her a job. And when she told her how much she would get, Vanessa accepted. Besides, she wanted to enter the institute with constant training and traveling to competitions. That was out of the question. And now, when she was thrown out, she could think about studying. But things didn't work out the way she thought they would. Sharon herself worked as a maid in a wealthy house. She heard that her friend, her landlady, needed a maid and recommended her friend. Vanessa was hired, but she only worked there for a week, and then she was fired. Actually, it hurt her. Probably fired because you have to keep your cool and keep your emotions in check. I should have just turned round and walked away. But no, she just couldn't help herself. And here's the thing. The landlord waited for his wife to leave for the beauty parlor. I guess he decided to hit on Vanessa. She was just cleaning the master bedroom. When he approached, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. Naturally, Vanessa didn't expect such a thing, but her reaction was lightning fast, and in the end the master was left lying on the bed with a broken nose. He should thank her after that, because she had hit him lightly, not as she had been taught. And if she had done it with her full strength, he wouldn't have got off so easily. Naturally, when the wife arrived and saw her husband like that, she immediately screamed and demanded an explanation. Vanessa told everything honestly, but the wife chose to believe her husband rather than her. And in the end, she was just out of a job. "Don't be so upset," Sharon said. "We'll find you another job. Why don't you?" "I'm not going to be a maid anymore," Vanessa said. "It's not a job, it's a madhouse." "Don't talk rubbish. There's only so much money you can make somewhere else, and you still want to go to school. Although I don't understand why you want to do that. You're already 23 years old. I think it's too late." "No, it's not. Besides, are you going to be a maid your whole life?" "No, I don't want to spend my life cleaning up other people's messes. I need a profession." "You don't understand anything about life. Do you think I want to work like that?" "No, I want to get married and have my house cleaned." "Now I get it. Where can I meet a man like that?" "Only by hanging out with rich people. And the only way is to get a job with them." "You think a rich man would look at a cleaning lady?" "I'm begging you, Sharon, just get your head back on straight. This isn't a fairy tale, this is life. Nowadays, rich men are trying to marry girls who are more simple. Do you understand? Because these girls who go to salons and make themselves beautiful, they only ask for money and nothing else. And you don't want to marry a man like that? You want to marry a man like that? Don't you understand? He doesn't know that. He'll take pity on me and marry me. And I won't be impudent. I won't ask him for anything at first, but I'll start slowly over time. That's how it is. It's like going fishing. You feed the fish first, and then you take the bait. And when the fish swallows it, you don't just pull it, you cut it off and then you pull it out. You've got a whole strategy worked out. I didn't expect that from you, Sharon. Or do you want to get married so badly already?" "Of course I do. Don't you think I'm tired of going round all day with a rag, scrubbing everything shiny and listening to my Mrs. voice? No, I'm sick of it. But I put up with it, because I'm going after what I want. And I'm on my way to my goal. But first I have to get in. I've learned everything, and I need money. The time is passing. The time for admission is approaching. And I still don't have any money," Vanessa said. "That's all. Don't worry, I'll find you another job," Sharon said. "You see, I've already made some connections, so just wait a little while. And soon you'll be back in a well-paid job. But please, next time, just walk away and don't hit anyone. Remember, you're there to save money. Got it?" "Yeah, I get it. But I didn't expect him to attack me like that. It was a reaction. He looks like a decent bloke." And he tiptoes around his wife. As soon as she walks out the door, he starts groping the girls who work there. I guess it was my turn. Only he attacked the wrong one. So I hit him back. So much so that I lost my job. Vanessa, I'm warning you not to do that next time. No matter how much you want to hit, keep your temper in check and think that it won't last long and that you'll soon get out of this and go to school. Do you understand? Why are you treating me like a little girl? I said I understood you. I won't do it again. And I'll try to avoid men so I don't get into trouble again. Good girl. Let that be a lesson to you. I'll call you tomorrow, 'cause I've been told I'm looking for a maid. So wait for the call. Jennifer, as planned, fired everyone who worked at her mother-in-law's house. True, she only kept the cook, but she also left the gardener, knowing full well that if she fired him and hired Oliver in his place, her husband would immediately realize everything. Because her lover didn't understand anything about flowers. So she decided for herself that they would have 2 gardeners and told her husband. I've hired another gardener, because this one can't cope anymore. Uncle Sebastian is really an old man. He's been with us for a long time. At first he was my father's driver. And then when my father built the house, He said that his eyesight was bad and that he couldn't drive anymore, and he wanted to become a gardener. My father was surprised then, because he didn't expect such an interest in flowers from such a healthy man with hands as big as a spade. One day he started a garden at our house. Everyone loved it. As it turns out, it's his hobby. So there's no need to fire him, let him work. Well, get a young man to help him and let him take charge. That's what I did, darling, because I realized that Uncle Sebastian knew what he was doing and there was no need to sack him. I kept the cook because Aunt Bridget cooks so well, but I sacked the housekeeper because she's not needed. I'll be doing the house myself from now on. So I've got a couple of maids. They're all coming in for interviews tomorrow. Will you be there? You're the man of the house. Well, you're the lady of the house. So I think you'll be fine on your own. I have enough to do at work. Jonathan liked to see his wife like this lately. She was very happy and talked to him all the time. But it was about nothing, but he liked it. He had already decided that things would finally get better for them too, and they would be happy. Vanessa looked at herself meticulously in the mirror and was pleased. She fixed a stray strand of hair, tucked it behind her ear, and put some lipstick on her lips. She took her bag and went to the meeting. The journey, as it turned out, was quite far. She had to change buses to get to the cottage village, and she had to walk another half-kilometer or so. Yes, getting here wasn't going to be easy. But as Sharon said, they take staff with accommodation. That was good too, by the way, because tomorrow the landlady of the flat she was renting would start calling her and demanding payment. And she didn't have any money. If she got the job, it would be a lot easier. But what if they don't? The house was very fancy. Vanessa turned her head round and sighed in delight. Finally, the owner herself, an attractive woman, came out and beckoned her to follow her. They entered the study and she motioned for Vanessa to sit in the chair opposite her. My name is Mrs. Catherine. I've had a look at your CV. I understand you've worked as a maid before, but only for a little while. And it says here that you were fired. And you're not embarrassed to show me this? No, because it wasn't my fault. And why were you fired, may I ask? Don't get me wrong. It's not idle curiosity. I need to know who I'm hiring. I'll tell you. It's just that the landlord's a bit of a loose cannon. All the girls were silent, but I couldn't take it anymore, and I fought back. As you've read on my CV, I'm an athlete and I can stand up for myself. That's why they kicked me out. Oh, I see. And you know you're accepted. I like your candor and how you feel about how married men behave. Come on, I'll show you your room where you'll live. You'll get your salary here twice a month, an advance in the middle and your salary at the end of the month. Does that suit you? Yes, very much so. Because when I was traveling here and I thought that most likely all my salary will be spent only on taxes, I understand everything. We do live a bit far from the city. Here's a room, but you won't be living here alone. There'll be another maid living with you. If I'll have her, of course. In the meantime, make yourselves comfortable. Since you came first, you get to choose. I'll go because the gardener's coming too. So I must have a word with him too, said Mrs. Catherine. There's your uniform in the wardrobe. So get dressed and you can start your duties today. I don't have time to explain everything to you, so Aunt Bridget will tell you and show you. She's a cook and she's been working in this house for quite some time. Well, I'm off. And good luck to you. Vanessa opened the cupboard and looked at the uniform that hung there. Trying it on, she realized that the size was a little off, but it was tolerable. After examining herself once more, she sighed, left the room and went looking for the kitchen to finally meet Aunt Bridget. Soon the kitchen was found, and the ruddy Aunt Bridget, recognizing Vanessa as the new maid, sat her down to tea. I'll show you round in a moment. First, let's have tea and get to know each other, she said. I've been working here a long time. Cassandra hired me. And this Mrs. Catherine, who's the landlady now, is their daughter-in-law. The owners are away at sea. The landlord got ill, went into hospital, and was advised to change the climate. So they left. Now their son lives with his wife and son. As soon as she came, she started to set her own rules, to fire everyone. She left only me and the gardener. Yes, and she told me that the gardener was coming to work here. She's right, Sebastian can't cope anymore and needs a helper. Although I think Sebastian knows his job very well. But as they say, the boss is the boss. It's a shame she sacked Lucy. She used to be the housekeeper, and everything was top-notch when she was here. And now I don't know what's going to happen. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Their son, Richard, lives here too. He's not a bad kid. He's 16 years old, but he's showing character. You should hear the way he talks to his mom. Aunt Bridget continued. But what do I care? I'm on my own here and they're on their own there. But I think you'll get along with everyone here. You're a bright girl, I can see that. What's it to me? It's my job to keep the house clean, that's all. How they live there and what they do is none of my business, said Vanessa. That's right, agreed Aunt Bridget. Because they don't like it when you meddle in their business. So it's better to just mind your own business and stay out of it. That's what I think, Vanessa nodded. My landlady told me you'd show me around and tell me everything, so I came to you. What a clever girl, the cook grumbled. So she can fire and hire, but I can do all the work. As if I have nothing else to do. I understand everything, I know my job. Just tell me where their storeroom is, where they keep all the cleaning products, buckets, rags, and so on. I'll figure it out. I've been a maid before. That's a good girl, said Aunt Bridget. You'll come out of the kitchen, turn left, and you'll see a door. It's just under the stairs, and that's where everything is. So you can find it yourself. And once I find it, I'll get started. It's a big house, so I'll have a lot of work to do, Vanessa said. I've already realized that you're not afraid of work, so you'll be fine, the cook nodded. Vanessa left the kitchen and went in search of the pantry. On her way out, she bumped into a boy of about 16. So this is the Richard Aunt Bridget told her about, she thought. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people? He mumbled and walked into the kitchen. Yeah, the kid's obviously pissed off at someone, Vanessa thought, and moved on so she could get to work. She saw Richard a few more times, only the boy paid no attention to her. He was busy with his thoughts. In fact, Vanessa didn't care about him either. The only thing that caught her eye was that he was very much preoccupied with something, like he had some problem he couldn't solve. Jennifer led Oliver out into the garden and looked round and threw herself at him with a kiss. Are you out of your mind? Oliver pushed her away, looking around cowardly. What if someone sees us? Who's going to see us? Jennifer objected. The gardener's in the garden, the cook's in the kitchen, and the maid's cleaning the house. The son never leaves his room. So it's just you and me. I checked, we can't be seen from the window of the house. You see how the climbing rose is blocking everything. So it's like we're behind a screen. Anyway, Jennifer, please, just control yourself, Oliver said. Listen, this house is really great. Were you telling me the truth? I didn't believe it at first, to be honest. I thought you were exaggerating. But now I see that your husband is very rich. That's wonderful. Darling, what do you mean? Jennifer asked. That I'm going to work here and be near you. And where am I going to live? Come on, I'll show you a room. But you won't be living in the house. There's an outhouse in the backyard. That's where you'll live. You know, but it's very cozy. I think you'll like it. I won't be able to visit you there, but I promise I'll think of something. You believe me, don't you? Of course I do, love, Oliver assured me. I think you'll think of something and we'll be together. You don't know how much I'd like to be with you always, to have a home like this, to be happy. Have you never thought about it? I have, Jennifer answered. Only we won't have a home like that with you if I divorce my husband. Sure, he'll give me money in the divorce, but that's a drop in the ocean compared to all this. So I'm not going to get divorced yet, Jennifer said. Besides, you and I are good enough, aren't we? Of course we are, Oliver said. But you have no idea how hard it is for me to share you with another man. If you say so. If there's nothing we can do, then we'll just keep seeing each other like this. Don't worry, I'll think of something. You know me. You see how I've planned everything cleverly, and now you'll be with me all the time, and we'll help your mother cure at last. And I think it's going to get even better from here. Shall we go to my place? There's no one in the house. The maid's in the kitchen, Bridget's helping, and you and I can go to my bedroom in peace. And I've missed you so much all these days. Well, what are you standing there for? Are we going or not? I'm sorry, darling, but I feel kind of awkward, Oliver replied. Come on, I'll get used to it, because you see, I'll be twitching all the time, thinking that your husband could come home at any moment. And I don't want to hide from him in the wardrobe. Okay, you're right. We'll wait a little while to get used to the situation, and then we'll see, Jennifer agreed with a sigh. Of course, she was now the owner of such a huge house, and if her husband suddenly realized or noticed anything, she could lose it all. She wouldn't want that. Jonathan came home from work early. He walked into the kitchen and saw a young girl and a young boy there. They were already eating dinner. He introduced himself and got to know them. Then he came out and made his way to the living room, where a table was already set for them. Darling, I see you have hired a staff today, he addressed his wife. What do you think of Vanessa? She seems to be a quick girl. She managed to do everything. So I don't think I'm going to hire a second maid. She's doing just fine on her own. And the gardener seems to be doing a good job. So it's all right, Jonathan answered. How about you? How are you doing at work? Since when did you become interested in my work? Jennifer was surprised. It doesn't sound like you. Well, I was just asking, and I thought you were going to tell me. I was just curious. Besides, what else are we going to talk about? Not my soap operas. Where's our son? Why didn't he come out for dinner? He's in a bad mood again. I guess he had a fight with the kids at school. He's been walking around all day puffed up like a turkey. I asked him to come to the table, but he said he didn't want to eat and that he'd go to bed early. I should go round and see what his problem is. I haven't seen him in a while. And you don't tell me anything about him. Do you even ask him how he's doing at school? Do you look at his diary? I think we've neglected our son. What is it with you today, Jonathan? I don't recognize you. You're acting strange. Is something wrong? No, it's just that I see a family coming today, a wife, a husband, and a son. And they're so happy together. You could just see it in their happy faces. And we're all living on our own, as if we were strangers instead of relatives. I decided to get closer today. We can't even sit at the table together. Jennifer sighed, and she didn't like this kind of talk. And she was even beginning to regret that her husband had started coming home early lately. How nice it used to be when he stayed late at his job and didn't care what was going on at home. And now what? Why was he suddenly so interested? Maybe he's found out something. She had to be very careful not to contact Oliver just yet. God forbid he suspects something, and then they'll just kick her out of this house. Jennifer didn't want to leave. She really realized that she wasn't going to get married that well again. So she had to try to hold on to what she had. You're thinking about something, Jonathan said. Jennifer shuddered and looked at her husband. No, it was nothing. Richard has been really withdrawn lately, and I think you should talk to him more than I should. He's a guy, and I think there are some things he's not comfortable telling me. What do you think? Jonathan nodded, getting up from the table and apparently heading toward his son. Jennifer sighed. Indeed, it was not human. It was not right. They're all strangers to each other, and even her son tries to avoid them. Vanessa had been working in this fancy house for a week now, and she was fine with it. And yet she had already drawn conclusions about the lady of the house and her husband. Jonathan came home late. Lately, he did not talk to his wife much, but went to his study and worked there. Vanessa didn't know how late he sat there, because she went to bed, knowing that she had to get up early tomorrow morning. But Mrs. Catherine was an interesting woman. Although she seemed to think no one noticed anything, Vanessa realized that she and their new gardener, Oliver, were lovers, because you could see the eyes she was looking at him with. Everything Vanessa saw, she didn't tell anyone, not even Aunt Bridget, but the one she really felt sorry for was Richard. It was obvious that the boy was very lonely and unhappy, and she could see that he had no friends at all, and that he was probably having trouble in class because of it. She would have liked to help him, seeing that his parents were not paying any attention to him at all. But she didn't know how to even approach him. Vanessa was cleaning the office when she heard some rustling. She looked out and saw Richard. He didn't look his best. There was a huge black eye under his eye. It was obvious he'd been in a fight with someone. Wow. Who did that to you? Vanessa asked. "What's it to you?" he replied in his usual rude manner. "I don't. I just wanted to help, but I can see you can do it yourself." "Exactly. Take the rag and do your job," Richard said. "Okay, if you say so. You're not the one to say it like that. Or you might even get a black eye," Vanessa said. "What are you talking about? You think that if I have a bruise, I can't stand up for myself? I can handle you, can't I? Before you know it." Richard didn't have time to say anything, because he didn't realize how he'd ended up on the floor. He was dumbfounded and looked at Vanessa, who didn't seem to do anything, but just took a step towards him and froze like that. "What do you think you're doing?" Richard jumped up and lunged at Vanessa, but immediately found himself on the floor again. He felt so hurt and ashamed that an unsolicited tear rolled down his cheek. He jumped up and silently went to his room. Vanessa looked after him and felt sorry for the guy. He was so lonely and lost that she couldn't stand it and followed him. She knocked on the room, but no one answered her. Then she slowly opened the door and peeked in. Richard was lying down on the bed with a pillow over his head. "Let's have a chat. I can see you're in trouble. Well, don't take it out on me. I didn't mean it. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson so you'd talk to me normally," Vanessa said. There was silence. Then she went into the room and sat on the edge of the bed. "You know, I know what you mean. My mom divorced my dad when I was 8. I was very upset, but I held it together and didn't show it," Vanessa continued. "I was a very sickly, small and thin child myself. You know, I was also very ugly in class. I was always teased and hurt no matter what I did. Everyone laughed at me. And then I realized that nobody could help me but myself. And one day I was walking from school and saw a set of karate classes. So I signed up and started training. Then I started to go to competitions, made friends, and in class I gave back to my offenders. And everything got better right away. If you want, I can teach you to stand up for yourself. But it's not easy, and it takes practice. But if you have a goal, I think you can do it." Richard sat down on the bed and looked at Vanessa carefully. "You're right, you're going to teach me how to fight. I told you that if you have the desire, I'll teach you how to fight. But we'll train in the evenings. During the day, you know, I have a lot of work," Vanessa replied. "So, peace?" She extended her hand to the guy. He smiled and shook her palm. "Peace. And you know, you're really cool. I'm sorry for being rude. It's just that I'm already used to communicating like this because everyone treats me very badly. At school, nobody talks to me like that. There's this girl I like. She told me I was a coward and that I couldn't even stand up for myself. And then Norman hit me. I wasn't expecting it. I fell down, and the whole class laughed at me, the whole class. Do you know how hurtful that was?" "I know exactly. I told you I had the same thing happen in my class. There's one thing I can't understand. Your parents are rich, they have money. Why didn't they enroll you in something so you could learn how to fight? And to be honest, sport never hurt anybody." "My parents just don't care about me," Richard continued. "My dad's all about work. He's just like my granddad, only his illness stopped him. It was only then that he realized that there was more to life than work. I guess my father's the only thing that can stop him is the hospital. And my mother is a short-sighted woman. She thinks that if she brings home a lover, no one can see it. But I realized it all at once. Dad's the only one who can't see it." "You guessed that Oliver didn't just turn up here, didn't you?" Richard asked. "It's none of my business, Richard. Because I just work here, and I can't pry," Vanessa said. "I understand, I'm just telling you. It's a shame for my father, though he doesn't pay much attention to us, but he does his best for us, to make us live well. And she brought another man here, and she's going to pay his salary too. I'm disgusted by it. It makes me even more stressed out, and I don't want to see my parents. You know, Richard, I think the first thing you need to think about right now is yourself, and your parents will figure it out without you. You'll see, if you and I have noticed it, your father will realize it soon enough. It's none of our business how they deal with it." It was a delightful morning. Birds were singing in the garden, and the scent of flowers was wafting through the air. Oliver sat in the pergola and drank his morning coffee. How good he felt. Life was wonderful, except for the fact that Jennifer had gone off the rails. She followed him everywhere, and he was getting tired of it. Besides, he really liked that girl, the new maid. She was so beautiful, and her figure was driving him crazy. He tried to get close to her a couple of times, but Jennifer appeared out of nowhere, as if she were watching him. But for now, he was fine with it. As he settled into the house, he began to notice that this family didn't keep track of things at all. They could just leave a watch on the table. Or, for example, Jennifer had taken off her gold earrings and left them in the hallway by the mirror. And Oliver didn't like things lying around like that. So naturally, he took them for himself. Well, if people treated them that way, why couldn't he take advantage of it? Besides, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. This was his compensation. After all, sleeping with a woman he didn't love was a punishment. He turned round and saw Vanessa, who got up very early and did gymnastics in the garden every day. It was only later, though, that he realized it was something else. She was doing some kind of exercise. He had seen it in a film once and realized she was doing some kind of martial arts. Yes, the girl is certainly very attractive. He's just crazy about her. Well, nothing. Now he will save up a little money and offer her to go away with him. To be honest, he'd had enough of Jennifer. She was stupid and naive. He didn't like that kind of woman. He told her all kinds of nonsense, and she always believed him, felt sorry for him, and gave him money. In fact, everything suited him, but he'd long ago grown cold to her. And he never liked her. It was just entertainment. Vanessa, on the other hand, really got him. But nothing, he'll be able to buy a flat and then a car. And then he'd get Vanessa out of here and they'd live together. He couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up, looked around to make sure no one was around, and walked towards her. "Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" Vanessa nodded silently, not interrupting her exercise. "And I'm amazed at people like you, because I've never had the fortitude to exercise in the morning. But I go to the health club once a week, and I think I'm good enough." Vanessa didn't react in any way to his words. She continued to work out, and he wanted to talk to her, but once again nothing happened. As usual, Jennifer appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed Oliver's arm and whispered, "What are you doing here? I've been looking all over the garden for you. My husband's gone to work. Come on, let's go to my place, before anyone sees you. What are you looking at her for anyway? Do you like her?" At that moment, Vanessa finished her exercises, said a polite hello, wished her a good day, turned and left. Oliver glanced at her, then turned to Jennifer and asked angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want everyone to realize what we have going on? You think that you just walked up to me like that and no one would notice? We weren't the only ones here, so stop acting like this." "You mean the girl? She's stupid, she didn't realize. Besides, you saw her practicing with concentration. I've never understood people who exercise in the morning. It's rubbish." Oliver looked at Jennifer squeamishly, then said, "You know, I need to help Uncle Sebastian today. He asked me to. So I'm sorry, I can't go with you because I promised." "Okay, I'll see you later. Now I gotta go." "What the hell are you doing?" "Uncle Sebastian who? I told you I miss you and I want you to come with me." "I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just feel like you're holding me up as your servant. Don't you think so? Except you forget that I'm a man, and I have an opinion about everything. So don't give me orders, understand? If I said not now, then you should understand me the first time. Do you understand?" Jennifer was stunned. She'd never seen her lover like this before, but she actually liked it. "Okay, honey, what do you say? I just want you to understand me, too. I miss you. You're always around, and yet you're so far away from me. I can't stand it. So try to control yourself, because your behavior will ruin not only me, but yourself as well. Believe me, if your husband finds out about your antics, he won't forgive you for it." Oliver turned and walked away. Jennifer went to the gazebo, sat down, and thought. She had really lost her head. What had been going on with her lately, she didn't understand. She couldn't imagine herself without Oliver. The sight of her husband made her sick. Apparently, she'd never loved Jonathan. Just yesterday, he'd hinted to her that he'd missed her and that he'd like to spend the evening with her. But she said she had a headache, that she didn't feel well, and immediately went to her room and quickly got into bed. She felt sick just at the thought of her husband touching her. Oliver, on the other hand, was different. She melted at the mere sight of him. and when he touched her, she almost fainted. He's right, of course. We have to be careful. She'd lose her mind if she saw him looking at anyone else but her. Besides, Vanessa's always here. True, she was relieved that this girl wasn't paying any attention to Oliver, and that made her feel better. Still, she needed to do something right away. But she didn't know what. Sooner or later, Jonathan would realize that Jennifer didn't love him and would naturally demand a divorce. Because he's a man of character and nature demands its own. But she can't give him anything because she loves someone else. It's a vicious circle. Well, she would sort it all out, and she would definitely think of something. Jonathan arrived at the office and went to his office. The mood of the morning was worse than ever. Not only was something wrong with his wife, but he had noticed that things were disappearing. Just this morning, he couldn't find his cufflinks, although he remembered well that he had left them in the bathroom when he took off his shirt to throw it in the dirty laundry basket. But they weren't there. He looked all over but couldn't find them anywhere. When he asked Jennifer about it, she rudely told him that she had no intention of keeping track of his things, and that if he wanted them to stay put, he shouldn't throw them anywhere. At that moment, his deputy Norman entered the office. They had known each other for a long time, and as soon as Jonathan took his father's place, he immediately took him on as his deputy. "Why are you frowning?" "Has something happened?" Norman asked. "You have no idea. It's like the Bermuda Triangle in my house. I put something in one place, and then it just disappears. And I can't find it," Jonathan replied. "But that's nothing. Someone must have taken it and moved it. Have you looked round the house? Could it be somewhere else?" "Yes, I looked all over the house this morning, but I couldn't find the cufflinks." "All right, they're small. They could have fallen off and gone somewhere. But I've started missing watches. I'll leave it somewhere, but the next morning it's gone. But I'm not senile, and I don't have sclerosis yet. So I remember perfectly well where I leave my things." "That's absurd," said Norman. "Of course it's not you. There's probably a thief in your house. You should check the people who work there. As I recall, your wife hired someone, and it's likely that the thief is among them." "You're right. And it's probably a maid, a young girl. Only I don't believe it's Vanessa. She's so modest and sweet." "I don't think she's capable of that," Jonathan said. "Well, you know, I don't have to tell you that looks are very deceiving. Is there someone else?" "Yes, a gardener. She's taken in a bloke who helps out. Uncle Sebastian now. But he doesn't come into the house, he only works in the garden. So that rules him out straight away. I see that leaves the maid. But I can't just accuse her of being a thief. I'll have to think of something." "What's there to think about? Just put cameras in the house. Just don't tell anyone. And then when you see what's going on, you'll have proof, and you'll find the thief," Norman advised. "You're right, I'll do that. Then order me all the equipment and find a man who knows what he's doing. I'll figure out what to say at home. Besides, there's no one to tell. My wife doesn't care about any of this. The son's always in his room and the cook's in the kitchen. You don't have to put them all over the house. Put it in the living room and put your wallet in a conspicuous place. And then you'll see who takes it. That's it." "That's right, you see everything. You're not thinking straight because you're doing something else. You've got something else going on besides that, haven't you?" "Yeah, Jennifer's a problem. I feel like she's avoiding me. I don't know what to think." "Well, it's very serious. But in the meantime, why don't you figure out who's stealing stuff from your house? And when you figure out and punish that person, then we can think about your wife. Maybe she just needs to get away. Send her abroad. Let her get away for a while and everything will fall into place immediately. Or buy her some expensive jewelry. You know how women love that." "You're right. I'll think of something. But first the cameras, because I don't like this at all." Norman nodded and walked out. Jonathan leaned back in his chair and thought. Indeed, something was going on in his house lately and he needed to put an end to it. Soon Norman returned with a young chap who said he would make the best of it. "That's fine. Let's go then," Jonathan said. They arrived at the house and went into the living room. It was the largest room and had an entrance from the garden. He had decided to put the camera here. While Will was setting everything up, Jonathan decided to look for his wife to suggest a trip abroad. Maybe she really just needed a change of scenery, and then she would be more affectionate to him than she was now. But Jennifer was nowhere to be found. He looked for her everywhere and thought she had gone somewhere else. "There you are. What are you doing up so early?" she asked and looked at her husband fearfully. "What's the big deal? Can't I come to my house when I want to?" "No, you misunderstood me. I got scared. I thought something might have happened." "Nothing is wrong. It's just that the internet's been bad lately. I can't work in peace. So I had a specialist come round. He'll take a look at it, and then I'll go back to work." "Okay, it's fine. I understand. I was just scared. In all these years, you've never been home so early, that's all. Let's go to the kitchen, have some coffee, and calm down." "So I'm calm. You're the one who's shaking. Are you all right?" "Well, I told you I was scared. I thought something was wrong." "All right, I'm fine. Let's go get some coffee. And I'd like to get something to eat afterwards. I'm afraid I won't have time." They had coffee and talked for a while. Jonathan thought his wife had come round, and he asked her where she had been for so long that he couldn't find her anywhere. "So I've been in the garden. I've been having headaches lately, and it's only in the garden that I feel better," Jennifer replied. "So I went into the gazebo and I must have dozed off. And only then I heard you calling me. I got scared and came running." "That's it," Jennifer said. "That's good then. I was thinking, since you've been feeling so bad lately, maybe you should go somewhere to get away. Richard's holiday's coming up. We could go away together. How would you feel about that?" "I think it's a great idea. I just need to think about it for a while because it's kind of sudden. So think about it. And tonight you'll tell me what you've thought." "Okay," Jennifer nodded and took a breath. As soon as her husband asked where she had been, she was so afraid that she could hardly control herself. Soon Jonathan left, and she made her way to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. "God, we almost got caught. So engrossed in each other that we didn't even hear my husband arrive. I got so scared I thought he'd realize from the look on my face and just kill me. But it was all right. My heart is still pounding really hard, though. I need to think of something to be ready in case my husband wants to come early again. He won't scare me like that again. I'll be ready for anything now." Now I had to get up and go find Oliver. He was pretty scared too, so she had to calm him down and talk to him about where they should meet. She found Oliver in his room in the outhouse. He was shaking with fear and didn't even answer the door right away. He was afraid she hadn't come alone. "Are you a fool? Do you think I'd bring my husband here?" "What's wrong with you?" Jennifer asked. He didn't understand anything. "I said I dozed off in the garden and he believed me." "Why did he even come here so early? What did he want?" "We've been having internet problems lately. So we brought a specialist," Jennifer replied. "That's all." "Were you that scared?" Jennifer asked. "I would never tell him. Even if he suspected something, I would deny it or make something up. But we'd better not see each other yet. I'm not feeling too good about this whole thing. I hope you don't either." "I've calmed down a little, so I'm fine," Oliver said. "You're right about us seeing each other. It's going to take a couple of days because, to be honest, I was pretty freaked out myself. But I'll figure out how to move forward. So don't worry. It's fine. And now you have to go." "I have a lot of things to do around the house," Jennifer said. "Are you kidding me? How can you have chores to do when they do everything for you?" "Well, you're wrong about that. For instance, I'm going into the kitchen now to draw up the menu for tonight so Bridget can make a nice dinner." "All right, spare me your bartending. Just go. I need to lie down. I don't feel well." "All right, sweetheart, you rest. I'll go inside. I need a distraction, too. I still have a lot of pounding in my chest." Jennifer turned and left. Oliver locked the door behind her and rushed to the wardrobe. He had some things in there that he'd been finding around the house lately and taking for himself. They needed to be stashed somewhere just in case. Of course, rich people don't even notice when they lose things, and that's just to his advantage. He'll sell it all. Well, not all of it, of course. He'll keep some of it for himself. Besides, he's got a serious amount of money saved up. After all, he didn't spend anything now. He ate, drank, didn't pay his rent. And he was getting paid for it too. It's a wonderful life, said Norman. We shouldn't be in a hurry to leave yet. Vanessa wouldn't go anywhere, and he could save up some more money. After all, most likely there will be no more such a good opportunity. And he would probably never find a more trustworthy person than Jennifer. Jonathan arrived at the office and called Robert again. So everything has been established? He asked. And when I left the house, I left my purse in a conspicuous place. Well done, Robert said. I reckon a thief is bound to take the bait. From what I understand, you've lost more than one thing, so he's got a taste for it. That's fine. He feels he can get away with it now. So he's going to take the bait. That's what I thought. And if it's Vanessa, I'm going to be very disappointed. I really liked that girl. Not only was she beautiful, but she was smart. I did a little research on her. And to be honest, I never would have thought she'd be the type. She's an athlete, she's been to the Olympics, she's even got medals. And I didn't think she was capable of something like that. Well, maybe it wasn't her, Robert said. Why suspect her in the first place? It's just that there's no one else. Bridget couldn't have done it. Besides, she's been working in this house a long time. And the only newcomer is Vanessa. And she's the only one who has access to all the rooms. But there's also the gardener, Jonathan said. What's he got to do with it? I told you they don't go in the house. Their place of work is the garden. That's where they work. I've known Uncle Sebastian for a long time, too, and I have 100% confidence in him. So that makes it Vanessa. What will you do with her when you find out the truth? I don't know, Jonathan answered. As far as I understand, she wants to study and she probably needs money for that. So she started stealing. She could have just asked me for it, and I would have given it to her. But since she did it her own way, she can give it back and get out of my house, Jonathan said. Do you understand? You won't call the police? Robert asked. No, I think it would teach her a lesson. And if she doesn't, someone else probably will. If she doesn't stop, you know best. And you're right. I do feel sorry for the girl. I don't want to ruin her biography. All right, well, why don't you watch the tape first and then you can make your judgment? Okay, you're right. We need to be sure first and then decide what to do with her. Vanessa left the room she was cleaning and headed for Richard's room. But she knocked on the door and called out to him. Hey, come in. And I've already finished doing my homework. So you can get started, Richard said. And I'll help you, Richard offered. No need, Richard. Your parents pay me money for this. It's my job. Well, let me help you, because you do so much for me. Vanessa smiled and looked at Richard. I see you can put the ointment I gave you on your bruise. You're looking much better already. What did your mom say when she saw it? Nothing. I don't think she noticed. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days. So when I do, I probably won't have anything on my face, Richard replied. How are things going at school? It's going great. You were right. Jack was trying to catch me off guard again. But that trick you taught me the day you suggested I study was the best thing that ever happened to me. Everyone just went wild. And now some of my classmates are talking to me and even offered to go to the club with them, but I refused. Besides, you don't want to go clubbing with that face. Yeah, I don't think it's too early for you to go out there. But that's up to you. It's not for me to tell you. I'm glad, Vanessa said. But if you don't mind, we could keep going. You'll need it, Vanessa said. In a little while, you'll be dating a girl. And you'll have to be able to stand up for her. Besides, trust me, girls like strong guys. So you're going to be a winner. Thank you, Vanessa. You've been so helpful. You're like a sister to me, Richard said. I don't really have any parents, to tell you the truth. I've realized that because I've been working here a long time and I've seen a lot of things. You're right. We're quite a family, Richard said. It's a shame about Dad, because he's been so busy lately, he's been a bit lost. And I think he's starting to realize that your mom's cheating on him. Or maybe he's just having trouble at work. You keep an eye on him just in case. Just in case, she continued. Men react differently to cheating. Besides, from what I've heard, your grandfather had heart problems. So God forbid your father might have a heart problem and end up in hospital too. You're right. We'll have to keep an eye on him, Richard agreed. Besides, that's probably not the reason. Maybe he's having problems at work because Mom's acting like nothing's wrong. You're right, it's probably work, Vanessa nodded. Then let's not think about the bad stuff. All right, I've got to get on with my cleaning. And if you want to help me, go ahead. Then I'll finish faster today and we'll study as usual. We come to the living room. It's quieter in the evening, and it's a lot more space. We could do it in the garden. But it's likely to rain tonight. So you'd better come into the drawing room, said Richard. Jennifer had been worried for a couple of days. Oliver had been avoiding her, trying to keep out of her sight. If she did see him, he wasn't alone at that moment. She was also alarmed by the behavior of the cook, who kept looking at her strangely. And when she came yesterday to prepare the menu, she even said that she didn't like women who were unfaithful to their husbands. Why are you telling me this, Bridget? Jennifer asked. Or don't I know something? It's just that a friend of mine cheated on her husband. Well, I still can't get over it, Bridget said and turned away. But Jennifer didn't like that. She was sure that Bridget had said that to her. Did she somehow find out that she and Oliver were having an affair? How? Where could she have seen them? After all, they kept everything so carefully hidden. She decided not to delay the conversation and went to look for Oliver. She found him in the living room next to Vanessa. The girl was cleaning the room, and he was telling her something. Jennifer stood in the doorway to watch them. So Oliver said, "And when I got out of the car, excuse me, but I'm all cleaned up and I have laundry to do, so I don't have a lot of time. Do you want me to help you?" He offered. "Besides, I have plenty of time, and you'll finish faster. And we could sit in the garden and have a coffee. How would you like that?" Jennifer tensed. She felt uncomfortable, and yet she was anxious to see how Vanessa would respond to the suggestion. "I'm sorry, but I have neither the desire nor the time to have coffee with you," Vanessa said coldly. "Good day to you." It was only then that she saw the landlady at the door. Vanessa grabbed the bucket and mop and silently walked out the door, while Jennifer entered the room. "So you wanted coffee?" she asked wryly. Well, go ahead and drink it." "It's just a game," Oliver said. "Everyone should think that you and I have nothing to do with each other." "You don't have to go in the house to think that, because your job is to be in the garden. Do you understand?" Oliver realized that he'd overdone it a bit and that Jennifer might kick him out. And that wasn't his plan just yet. He walked over to her, looked round and pulled her against him. "What's the matter, love?" "Don't you know me?" Oliver said. "I'm doing all this for us. That's all I'm doing. And besides, I missed you too. So I came here thinking I'd catch you, and there was this Vanessa cleaning. So I started talking to her. That's all." "I think you weren't just talking to her. You were flirting with her," Jennifer objected jealously. "Do you like her?" "She's just a gray mouse compared to you," Oliver assured her. "Stop sulking at me. I don't deserve this." Jennifer started to move away from Oliver, then turned and ran over to Oliver, and they kissed. Then, as if they'd come to their senses, they pulled away from each other and went their separate ways. Jonathan decided to finish his business early and go home to see who was stealing things in his house. When he entered the house, he saw his wife, who greeted him and told him that she had not had dinner yet and that she was waiting for him. "Why did you decide to wait for me?" Jonathan asked. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jennifer answered. "Besides, don't I have the right to want to wait for you? Besides, you and I haven't had dinner together for a long time and we've grown apart." Jonathan smiled. He immediately forgot about the camera because he was very pleased with his wife's attention. They sat down at the table and Jennifer took out a bottle of wine. They had dinner and then retired to the bedroom. Jonathan woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Jennifer sleeping. He smiled. Apparently they were finally going to be okay. His wife had told him she loved him, and they were doing amazing. He carefully got up and made his way to his office, spun the footage from the camera, and watched. At first he didn't realize what was going on, and then he was just stunned when he saw what the maid was doing to his son. She was kicking him and even hitting him with her hands, and Richard was flying away from her like a ball. But then he'd get up and go at her again. He watched the video a couple of times and only then realized that Vanessa was teaching his son karate moves. It showed her showing him a particular move, then demonstrating it on Richard, and then they reinforced what she had shown him. He watched the tape again and made sure Vanessa hadn't touched his wallet, although he had been convinced before that his wallet was missing after all. But then who had? Vanessa was above suspicion. Oh, and on top of that, she was teaching his son techniques so he could stand up for himself. Jonathan smiled as he switched the tape on again and again to watch this fragile and pretty girl teach a boy taller than her how to fight. But then, remembering why he had set up the camera in the first place, he decided to re-watch the whole thing again and find out who was really to blame. After all, he was sure it was Vanessa, and had been scrolling through the film exactly to the moments where she appeared. And now he decided to watch everything in more detail and finally find out who the thief in his house was after watching what the camera had captured. During this time, Jonathan couldn't stand it and went out onto the balcony. He was short of breath because he felt sick after what he had seen. What he didn't expect was to be stabbed in the back. What should he do now? What to do, how to behave, and how to go on with his life. Jennifer woke up early in the morning and realized that Jonathan was no longer there. She was sure that after the night they had had, her husband would not be in such a hurry to go to work and would stay for breakfast with her. But it hadn't worked out that way. He still left for work. She stretched out in bed and smiled contentedly. Things weren't so bad. Her husband believed her, and that was the most important thing. A couple more days and she could go out with Oliver again. Everything was going according to plan, and yesterday she'd made sure Jonathan had no idea. That was exactly what she needed. Jonathan paced from corner to corner in his office, unsure of what to do. "Did you find out what you wanted to know? Is it really Vanessa?" Norman asked him when he entered the study. "No, I was wrong. The girl didn't do anything. She's just a smart girl. Besides, I told you she's an athlete. Well, she's teaching my son karate, and I've seen how much he likes it. Plus, I've started to notice how my boy's changed. He doesn't walk around like a pouty, disgruntled teenager anymore. He acts like a real man. And I didn't think much of it. Now I realize it. It's her fault." "Oh, that's wonderful. And that's just great. Then why are you so angry? You're not even wearing your face. Did you find out what happened? Tell me." "Yes, I found out, but I can't tell you yet because I'm in complete shock. To be honest, I came to work. I thought I'd take my mind off it. But now I see I was wrong to do that. I'm going home now. I've got some business to take care of while you keep an eye on things." "Don't worry. You know very well you can count on me. Just you. Just be careful you don't do anything stupid." But Jonathan was already out. He couldn't wait to go home and face them, because he hadn't expected such a betrayal. Jennifer was sitting in the gazebo drinking coffee. Her mood was just fine. She was enjoying everything around her and was happy. She was a little confused when she saw her husband enter the garden. Then, remembering the previous night, she realized that he probably couldn't stand it and had come to be with her a little longer. She smiled and waved at him, but Jonathan didn't respond. He silently walked over and sat down next to her. Jennifer felt the tension, but didn't pay it any mind. She reached up to kiss her husband, but Jonathan abruptly pulled away from her and then stood up. "What are you doing, honey?" Jennifer asked. "Nothing, Jennifer." "Did I make you feel bad?" She didn't realize anything. She decided to calm down, even though panic was starting to spread throughout her body. "You what?" "I'm fine with you," she replied. "Then why are you cheating on me with the gardener?" Jennifer froze. She couldn't understand how he knew that. Who had told him about it? And anyway, why would he even think that? No, what kind of nonsense is that? Well, think about it. Where am I and where's the gardener? She protested. Then come on. I'll show you something. She had no choice but to follow him into his office. He switched on his laptop and showed her the tape. She understood. There was no point in denying it. It showed her and Oliver kissing. She looked at her husband to tell him she didn't mean it. But when she met his gloomy gaze, she didn't say anything. "Okay," Jonathan said. "Tell your Alfonso to keep everything he's stolen from my house. Not even the money you paid him to work here, do you understand? I'm not completely stupid. I spoke to Uncle Sebastian the other day and I found out. And I want you both out of my house. Do you understand? But Jonathan, why don't you listen to me? Maybe we." "There is no maybe we now, is just you and your gardener friend. My son and I are no longer in your life. I'll give you an hour, and if you don't clear out, I'll call the police and file a report. I'm done." Jennifer walked out and Jonathan sat back in his chair and thought. Maybe it was for the best that things had happened this way. But so far he had no answer to that question. And as usual, he thought that time would tell. Pitiful technician's daughter. You'll never get out of the mud, laughed her classmates. And 15 years later, Carolina sat at the railway station on her day off and looked hopefully at the people passing by her. On a small table in front of the girl were laid out a variety of papier-mâché figures, very skillful, and hand-colored with acrylic paints, small animals, birds, scenes from children's fairy tales. All this regularly attracted the attention of potential buyers. Except that, having learnt the price, they immediately turned away sullenly with the words, "Why is it so expensive? My Thomas can make such nonsense in a couple of minutes, and paint it even faster. What's all this money for?" Caroline only pressed her lips together in embarrassment. She was asking for nothing. But the inhabitants of their provincial town, who were used to saving money on almost everything, did not want to pay for the labor of her invalid father, even if she was also thrown into the mud every time. "What kind of an exclusive you have that you ask so much?" Caroline tried to sell figurines at the railway station in the hope that some of the capital's tourists would be able to appreciate these creations. But she was quickly kicked out. She was told to pay a percentage or get out. Carolina wouldn't have minded paying for her workplace, but the amount the racketeers told her was a mockery, 10,000 a day. "Where am I going to get that kind of money?" she asked the big man in the tracksuit, who was not shy of smoking a stinking cigarette in front of her. "In a month, God willing, I'll be able to earn at least half of that." The burly man exhaled the acrid smoke into the girl's face with relish, then smiled wryly. "Well, it's what you wanted, baby. This is big business, by the way. If you want, you can always pay for the place in kind." The man gave the girl a steely stare that made Caroline want to wash herself at once. "Don't," she muttered grimly, lowering her gaze. "I'll pack everything up and go now, then." The bully hummed disappointedly. Caroline shook her head negatively. "Like, we could make a deal." The creep held out his big tobacco-smelling hand to Caroline. However, the girl staggered sharply to the side, warningly. "I'm going to scream or call the police for help. Just try to touch me." The jock lowered his hand, and for a second it hovered in the air a centimeter from her face. Then he grinned and said playfully, "And you're not stupid at all, and you're beautiful. You shouldn't want to join our company. You should buy yourself some clothes. You walk around like a bum in your last rags." "I don't mess with bandits," the girl answered him in a serious tone and began to put her rustic luggage into a small sports bag given to her by her father. She was about to leave the platform when the bandit suddenly blocked her way with his massive torso. He looked down at her like she was a bug and smiled nastily at her. "Let me through," the girl mumbled without looking at him. The boogeyman in reply bent closer to her and in a low voice said threateningly, "You think properly, Caroline," he exhaled along with another puff of smoke. "Her name. You'd be better off with me, and it's in your best interest. You're almost out of high school. Where do you go from here? Do you know the connections I have in this town? If I say the word, no one will hire you. Not even as a cleaner. So you won't be able to continue your mum's career. I'll take care of that." "There's already someone to take care of me," replied the girl, boldly looking the scoundrel in the eye. "I said I won't come here again. Let me pass. Or I'll really call the police now." "Is this about your daddy, or what?" The man grinned and gave a bullhorn with the toe of his trainers. "He won't help you, if anything. And the police here think they all work for me." The thug looked around and added briefly, "Anyway, I've told you everything. Don't you say anything to him, and don't you pawn me off." Carolina, who turned 17 earlier this year, did look a little older than her age trim thanks to daily jogging and her technician mother's help cleaning the shops. And at the same time, slim as a graceful rose, she was admired by almost all the boys at school. However, because of the low social status of her family, no one, except for such criminals as this big guy was he himself looked no more than 20, did not consider the girl as a love interest. Caroline herself never looked for romantic adventures and devoted all her free time exclusively to helping her parents. But even if this scoundrel had suddenly turned out to be the last man on earth, she would never have agreed to be his date. The girl saw a couple of times, as near the only nightclub in their town, gangsters like him left in the arms of young, disappointed, dressed in short skirts. Caroline didn't have to guess who they were. She was old enough to realize how complicated real life was. But even in her worst dream, the girl couldn't imagine such a shameful future awaiting her. "I'll give you a sweet life in this little town. Don't doubt it," said the scoundrel. Standing before this unpleasant force, Caroline began to feel herself slowly but surely overcome by fear. After all, she was all alone in the station, and there was no one to protect her. Fortunately, at that moment, the villain's mobile phone rang, and Caroline, taking advantage of the fact that he was distracted, hurriedly slipped out of the bandit's sight. She returned home that day depressed and penniless. It was the last Sunday in May, which meant that she had the longest and most horrible week before graduation ahead of her. All her classmates would only talk about who and what dress to wear, and what hairstyle and manicure to choose for this important holiday. And guys will try as soon as possible to invite the prettiest girls of the school to the ball. And only Caroline, of course, no one will be invited to spend time at the last school party in her life. Nor will she have any dress, shoes, or manicure. "Honey, are you okay, Jennifer?" the girl's mother inquired cautiously. "You're all pale today. Didn't manage to sell anything at all." Caroline covered her eyes with her hands, unable to hold back the tears that were about to spill. "My girl, what's wrong? Has someone hurt you?" the woman asked again, clasping her crying daughter to her side. "I don't want to go to this stupid prom," Caroline finally managed to utter, trying to control her sobs. Jennifer stroked her daughter's soft, dark blonde, shiny hair and looked into her lovely golden brown eyes. "Honey, but prom is one of the most important days in any girl's life, isn't it? Are you sure you want to miss such an important event? There won't be a second time like this in your life," her mother warned her. Caroline only sobbed a couple of times, then sat down on the bed and began to wipe her eyes thoroughly with a handkerchief. "And it's a good thing it won't," she said. "What haven't I seen at this feast of female vanity? The guests will all do nothing but show off their expensive dresses to each other and drink cheap red wine, while the class teacher and the principal discuss the biggest gossip of the year in a corner of the gym." Jennifer smiled at her daughter, but Caroline saw a slight sadness in that smile. "Are you really that worried about not having anything to wear?" she asked affectionately. "I've already put some money aside for you for a dress. And the shoes, you can have my shoes. Do you remember the loafers like that? I married your father in them." Her mother's eyes clouded with unpleasant memories. Sometimes Caroline marveled at how much her parents loved each other, even though they had lived together for many years and endured hardships. Jennifer had come to this town from a remote village where she had been raised by her grandmother until she came of age. Unfortunately, Jennifer was never able to enroll in any educational institution to continue her studies. The knowledge she received in the village was barely enough to keep her from starving. The young girl was offered only low-skilled work as a cleaner, or, even worse, openly obscene offers. In order to get a foothold in this place and make ends meet, Caroline's mother got a job as a floor cleaner in the office of a taxi company near the station. It was there that she met Michael, her future husband. Michael had been working as a taxi driver for several years and was earning quite well. He was immediately attracted to a modest, pretty cleaner who came to their town from the province. Her purity and openness touched the heart of the man, so that soon the taxi driver invited the girl to the first date, after which he and Jennifer began to officially meet. About a year later, the couple planned a wedding, after which the young people happily lived in marriage for almost 10 years. During this time, they had Caroline, a charming daughter, the name Jennifer gave because of her great love for the flower of the same name. All this time, the woman continued to work in a taxi park, and her husband to drive the residents to the suburbs. The salary received by Jennifer was not large, but thanks to Michael, their small family steadfastly kept afloat, being able, though not lavish, but to buy everything necessary for life. The year that little Caroline turned 11, however, disaster came knocking. Michael was driving an elderly couple from the village back to the city. The weather that autumn was very wet, and it was raining constantly. Because of this, the driver had to be doubly attentive on the wet road, making sure that he could fit into the next corner or brake in time at the traffic lights. The elderly people Michael was driving, as it turned out, were very unrestrained and overly emotional. The elderly people Michael was driving were, as luck would have it, very unrestrained and overly emotional. They were constantly dissatisfied with something and threatened to write a complaint against the taxi driver. Because of this, Caroline's father now and then distracted from the road, trying to pacify the nagging couple. At one of these sensitive moments, the man missed a warning sign and, unable to control himself, smashed through an iron fence, sending him and his passengers into a ditch. The car flipped several times on the steep slope before stopping its fateful course. As luck would have it, the elderly couple were virtually unhurt, with only a few scratches, while Michael's life hung in the balance. His right arm was damaged so badly that the man risked dying at any moment due to heavy blood loss. Doctors miraculously managed to save his life, but the mutilated arm, alas, had to be amputated. When the taxi driver regained consciousness, he could not believe what had happened for a long time. How could it be? He was the breadwinner of the family. What would happen to his wife and daughter? Jennifer managed with great difficulty to calm him down and assure him that life goes on. No matter what happened, they would always be together. And she would do whatever was necessary to get them through these hard times. Since then, Caroline's mother has had to work 3 times as hard, taking extra shifts at the city hospital as well as at her daughter's school. Although Michael fell into a brief apathy at first, soon enough he was able to pull himself together. After all, with one arm or two, he continued to be the head of the family and could not allow himself to be completely supported by his wife and daughter. Caroline was by then already actively helping her mother. The man began to develop his left arm and look for ways to earn an alternative income. Naturally, working in a taxi was out of the question. After another 6 months, he mastered the art of creating papier-mâché figurines and weaving baskets from vines, for which he traveled to the nearest forest, where he collected suitable wood. Persistent and strong-minded, Michael was ready to sell the fruits of his labor himself. But to this occupation, all the local men who personally knew Caroline's father treated not so much with contempt, but rather with a slight sneer. They said that he had been a normal man, driving people around, and now he had stooped to selling baskets in the street. Then Caroline offered her father to sit instead of him on a busy shopping street of the town with his daughter. "Is it enough for you to walk the corridors to class with your mother?" she asked. The father refused at first out of pride. "It's not good enough for you. I understand how your classmates look at you because of that," he said. Caroline was embarrassed, but tried to brush it off. "To hell with them," the girl answered him, smiling. "I'm not doing this to amuse them, but because we need the money. You spend a lot of time on this weaving and figurines, and women are much more willing to buy such things. What about your studies?" Her father looked at her doubtfully. "What about my studies? Studying won't run away," Caroline answered him simply. "I will trade at weekends, and first I will try the squares, or the markets, then I'll go to the railway station. A lot of people pass by there during the day. Maybe we'll make some money." Michael furtively brushed a large tear from the corner of his eye. He thanked God every day for giving him such a beautiful, understanding, and supportive family. He could hardly have dreamed of anything more in his life. Except that it was a little hard without a hand. "All right," he agreed. "But only after work, straight home. I don't want you to fall behind in your classes because of this." "Don't worry," laughed back her daughter. "I learn new material quickly. As my teachers tell me, everything will be fine." Caroline shook her father's hand encouragingly and thought about how much she loved her family. For the sake of these people, she was ready to endure any difficulties, as long as they were healthy, fed, and had the opportunity to meet each new day with joy. Michael not unreasonably worried about the attitude of classmates to his daughter. No matter how friendly Caroline tried to behave with them, the school community flatly refused to accept her. Although the girl turned out to be the most attractive, not at all awkward in the class, and regularly received only excellent grades in physical education, other, more successful classmates only did that sought to tease Caroline at every opportunity. "What, Carolina? Are you preparing for your after-school program again?" Vanessa, the first beauty of the class, mocked her in the locker room. "Let me guess. Do you have an extra class today to carry buckets of water or not?" "Oh wait, must be obstacle course practice. You're jumping up and down the stairs with a mop?" Vanessa was laughing a hysterical, unpleasant laugh. Caroline had to restrain herself from saying something equally caustic and unflattering. The girl tried to avoid school fights, but it did not mean that she was ready to tolerate such an attitude to herself until the end of her senior year. "Vanessa, you'd better finish taking your weight loss supplements," she said calmly, tying her old trainers. The classmates' laughter broke off abruptly. "I'm serious. It's already melted your brains. You're laughing like a lunatic." Vanessa's face instantly contorted into a grimace of anger and disgust. Caroline realized she'd guessed right. Vanessa had been frantically trying to lose weight for the past few months to fit into the designer dress her parents had promised her for the prom. The only problem was that the size range of such outfits ended exclusively at size 42. "You little brat, you filthy little brat. You'll never get married with such a horrible pedigree. So you're wasting your time training and running 5 kilometers a day." The girl was ready to run even 10 kilometers. She spat out in anger. "The most you can be in this town is an elite call girl. And that's if you don't despise sleeping with a girl who's been mudding like a pig since high school." Vanessa threw with all her might at Caroline a dirty rag that the cleaning lady had left in the locker room so she wouldn't have to go far to get a change of clothes. The piece of cloth fell on Carolina's head with a loud smack, and all the girls in the room burst out laughing. "Serves her right, you upstart. Show her where she belongs, will you?" Vanessa was taunted by her friends. "You think you can open your filthy mouth here?" Caroline was shaking like a fever. She had never felt such hatred from others. More than anything else in the world, she wanted to disappear, to dissolve like vapor from water on a hot surface. She didn't realize how she had shouted in her heart to all those puffed-up puppets. "Choke on your anger. All you know is to wash the bones of blokes, don't you? You have no interests in each other's lives except money and rags. I hate you all, you puffed-up pussies." Caroline didn't realize how she had jumped out of the changing room. The girl rushed past all the other students and ran down the corridor right into the street. Once she was in the school stadium, she heard a chant. "Caroline. Class hadn't started yet. Where are you going?" Harry, the gym teacher, shouted after her. But the girl didn't listen to him. She ran 5 laps in a row before her heart was able to beat again. Caroline didn't know where she got her ability to run, but she was sure that everything in life is given to a person for a reason. And if she had the opportunity to develop this ability, then she should use it, especially since running was the only thing that helped her calm down and bring her chaotic thoughts into relative order. Trying to regain her breath, Caroline approached her classroom. The boys, lined up in a row and unaware of what had recently happened in the girls' locker room, looked at their classmate with surprise, and some with outright envy. "Watch and learn." The gym teacher waved his hand in Carolina's direction. 3 kilometers in 10 minutes. "And your shoes are ready to be included in the Olympic team. Not like you idiots. To the left, go, 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 go." There was a loud whistle, and Carolina's classmates, with dejected faces, ran their standard 6 laps. "Well done, Caroline." Harry patted her on the shoulder. "Take a rest, bye. It's the first time I've seen results like yours in 5 years. A real talent." The gym teacher shook his head and went off to follow the older students, while Caroline sat on the sports bench and pondered his words. Sure, it was a little late for her to start a sports career, but could her running talents be applied in a more productive way? The answer to this question the girl has not yet found for herself, precisely because of the incident in the locker room, and also because of a series of regular petty bullying from other girls. Caroline did not want to go to the prom. However, Jennifer still managed to persuade her daughter not to miss such a momentous event. "After all, it's better to take your diploma from them right away, so that you don't have to go there again," the understanding mother winked. but you must never show them that you are scared. And if you don't come to the graduation, that's exactly what you'll show them. Let's not give them something to gossip about." "Okay," Caroline sighed heavily, but agreed. "Okay, let this be my last fight." Jennifer helped to choose and buy for her daughter the most beautiful dress they could find in an inexpensive second-hand shop, a simple cut, but at the same time very elegant and refined dress in the shade of sapphire, which perfectly emphasized Caroline's slender, athletic figure and perfectly set off the noble and yet completely natural color of her hair. The wedding shoes, which Jennifer lent to her daughter, perfectly matched the outfit and Caroline's high hairstyle, which she had also made herself. "It's a pity I don't have any jewelry at all," Jennifer complained, looking sadly at the girl's festive look. "Why not?" Michael suddenly joined the gathering and grinned slyly at his favorite women. "Dad, are you what?" Caroline looked at him uncertainly, and in her eyes Michael read anxiety and worry. "Don't tell me you bought something for me." "It ended sadly," Caroline said with a smile. "I did." Her father nodded with a smile and pulled a small velvet box out of his shirt pocket. Caroline was incredibly embarrassed. Not only had her mother bought her a dress that was simply magical by the girl's standards, but her father had managed to throw away a considerable amount of money for her. "Why?" Caroline asked him guiltily. But Michael had already reached out to her and put a box in her hand. "It's a little miracle." "Open it," he said. Caroline opened the lid with a sinking heart. On a white velvet cushion lay a tiny gold pendant in the shape of a star. The five-pointed beauty shone proudly with its rays, even though it was no bigger than a fingernail on Caroline's index finger. Each ray of the star ended in a tiny shining crystal, and when the light fell on the stones, they lit up a myriad of colored lights. "Oh my God, it's beautiful." Mother and daughter exhaled almost simultaneously. Michael smiled and said to the girl, "Caroline, I want you to know that you, for me, will always be a guiding star that will not let me go astray from the right course. You and Mum are my two brightest stars." With these words, the man hugged first his wife with one arm and then his daughter, who clung to her father's strong and reliable shoulder. "Thank you, Daddy," Caroline said through tears of gratitude. "I will never take it off. I will always wear it as a talisman." Michael agreed with his daughter that he would pick her up from school in the evening after the party was over. It got dark early in their neighborhood, and teenagers, when they're drunk, are a mess. You never know what to expect from them. So her father decided to insure the girl in case the drunken classmates suddenly wanted to afford too much. When Caroline entered the assembly hall, where the event was held, many of her classmates quieted down, not immediately recognizing the girl. She looked around, deciding where she could best sit so as not to draw too much attention to herself. When Vanessa suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a shark's fin in the middle of a calm ocean. The queen never walks alone. For some reason, Caroline thought at that moment the first beauty of the class was accompanied by her own entourage, consisting of 3 girls and 2 guys. And the whole company was heading straight for her. Caroline noted to herself that Vanessa didn't wear the desired dress from a famous designer. Apparently, she couldn't fit herself to the notorious beauty standards of the famous brand. Instead, Vanessa wore a perfectly tight, extremely short leather dress, whose coloring was somewhere in the middle between a flesh tone and the color of bronze powder. Good thing it doesn't blend in completely, Caroline thought. Otherwise, you'd think she'd come completely unclothed. "Well, here's our Cinderella," Vanessa said, stretching her vowels. "Cute dress. Did you get it secondhand? It's okay. It's okay. You can wear it once, and then it'll be handy for scrubbing floors." Caroline gritted her teeth to keep from telling her what she thought of her provocative outfit. At that moment, Vanessa noticed the gold pendant around her neck. How lovely. The classmate's eyes flashed, and she reached out her hand to touch the jewel. "Don't touch it," Caroline sharply brushed her fingers away. "It's a present from Daddy," she said with a caustic grin. "It hurts." Vanessa replied with a scornful arch of her eyebrow. "It's just a cheap thing you bought on sale anyway." "If I asked, my parents would give me a dozen of them," Vanessa said. She turned and led the other boys, who followed reluctantly after their leader. Caroline chuckled softly, It seemed that Vanessa's superiority was beginning to bore even her most devoted fans. After the graduation ceremony, the real disco began. Under the influence of good mood, invigorating music and hot drinks, everyone danced, as they say, who can do what they like. Caroline did not dance. She wanted to leave immediately after receiving her papers. But the headmistress asked her to stay and be with the guys a little longer, because it was the last time we were all together. Although Caroline was not particularly eager to continue the evening, she gave in to the headmistress' request. When the slow dance sounded, the hall was illuminated with soft and languid light. The girl saw someone approaching her. The figure emerging from the pink smoke was Andrew, Vanessa's boyfriend. "Hi, Caroline." Andrew began, smiling languidly. "You look really good tonight. Can I ask you to dance?" Caroline was embarrassed. She realized that something was wrong. Why would Vanessa's boyfriend ask her to slow dance? "Wouldn't your lover be angry?" She tried to joke. She couldn't believe that the most handsome guy in the school wanted to dance with her. A slight shadow ran across the guy's face. "No, she won't. I'm sick of her." He rolled his eyes. "All I hear every day is, Andrew, am I pretty Andrew? Am I pretty Andrew? Have I lost weight? The scales don't seem to be reading right," and so on and so forth. It became impossible to communicate with her. Caroline held back a laugh. No one had ever portrayed Vanessa so vividly and seemingly. "Yes, she's very fond of herself," the girl nodded. "Okay, but just one dance. I have to go home soon." "If you say so, beautiful lady." Andrew smiled and, making an elegant gesture, offered his hand to the girl. Caroline danced a slow dance for the first time in her life. It was an amazing, unlike anything she had ever felt before. It was as if a whole swarm of small colored hummingbirds had been released inside her, and the tiny birds were flying all over her body, giving every movement of the girl a truly airy lightness. Andrew looked at her so intently, as if he really wondered what Caroline was like. What kind of person was she? What is she like? Immersed in her romantic thoughts, Caroline did not immediately notice a figure with a touch of bronze powder flashed behind her. "Get out of here," Vanessa hissed. Caroline had no time to react when Andrew's strong hands grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her around to face her rich classmate. In the next second, Vanessa spewed a huge amount of tomato juice from a paper bag at her with all her might. Caroline gasped at the nasty, brackish taste. The first minute she was afraid that she had poured real pig's blood on her, like in a popular horror film. "Drink, drink, you cesspit," Vanessa said, pouring juice all over the unfortunate classmate. "You miserable fool. What are you doing? Did you really believe Andrew just wanted to dance with you? You thought he liked you?" Vanessa tilted her head and started laughing like a lunatic. The smoke and the light made it look like Caroline had been doused with something black like tar. Stop it, stop it. Vanessa, you're crazy," Caroline shouted back at her, trying to get out of Andrew's grasp. He released her, and she began to shake off the sticky, salty liquid. Her dress was hopelessly ruined, as was her hair. And what was most tragic of all, her mum's wedding shoes. "God, how can you be such a monster, Vanessa?" Caroline asked her in despair. "Why do you hate me so much?" Vanessa condescended to answer, smiling with all her 32 teeth. "It's a joy to hate you. I despise you, Caroline, because people like you are always trying to get out of your dirty hole, like mice waiting for someone to deliver cheese for them outside. You should know your place and keep your head down," Vanessa said. "What do you think? I didn't see you flashing your legs at our boys in gym class." "What, Caroline?" From the shock, Caroline struggled to speak. "Vanessa, come on. I'm just a good runner. And it's nobody's fault that you can't stop eating fries in packs." Apparently, that last remark had finally pissed Vanessa off, and all the anger and meanness that had been in her until that moment came out. She took a swing at her classmate. Vanessa sharply lowered her perfectly manicured hand and grabbed the chain around Caroline's neck and pulled off the pendant Michael had given her. "Did you think you could be better than me?" Vanessa whispered, clutching Caroline's gold star in her fist. "But I have money and social standing, and all you have is your filthy rag, which you will use every day for the rest of your life to mop the floors of this school or some rundown hospital on the outskirts of town." Caroline lunged for the wretch, but Andrew grabbed her arms. preventing her from resisting Vanessa. "Give it back. Give it back now," the girl shouted tearfully. "You have no right to even touch him. You're the most disgusting person I've ever known. Give me the pendant back." Vanessa held the pendant up to Caroline's face, knowing full well that she couldn't take it away from her. Then she released the chain from her fingers, and the little star swung in front of her nose like a hypnotist's pendulum. "You're a pathetic cleaning lady's daughter, and you'll never get close to being a normal person," Vanessa said in a thick, low voice. "Repeat after me. I know my place, Vanessa, and I'm the pathetic daughter of a maintenance worker." "Go to hell," Vanessa Caroline said, glaring hatefully at the blonde in the leather dress. The resentment swept over her head, preventing her from snapping out of the feeling of all-consuming anger. "Do it again, or you'll never see your jewel again," Vanessa whispered again. She wanted to throw the pendant on the floor to crush it with the heel of her lacquered shoes. But at that moment the general light flashed brightly, and the teenagers saw Megan's headmistress looking at them with all the sternness she was capable of. "What the hell is going on here, Vanessa?" she asked the rich alumna angrily. Then she glared menacingly at Andrew, who instantly released Caroline. The girl didn't hold back her feelings and slapped the henchman with an impressive slap. "You filthy henchman," Caroline said through gritted teeth. Then she held out her open palm to Vanessa. "Give it back. What you took now." "Vanessa." The headmistress looked at her reproachfully. Vanessa put the pendant back into Caroline's palm, being careful not to touch her, after defiantly wiping her hands on her dress. "Megan, can I go home?" Shaking with humiliation and resentment, Caroline asked her. "My dad is probably waiting for me outside." She realized that at that moment she had become an absolute laughingstock in front of all the students and teachers at her school. Megan looked at the girl with genuine regret and said briefly, "Of course, dear, go. Have a happy life after school," she added belatedly. But Caroline was already closing the doors to the assembly hall behind her, and at the same time to this horrible part of her now definitive past. After graduation, Carolina had been in a terrible state. For almost a month, not wanting to go out, she hadn't discussed what had happened with her parents. When Michael met her at the school and saw in what moral and physical state is his daughter, the man was ready to tear and throw. "Daughter, just tell me, who are the bastards who did this to you? They're your classmates, right?" "What difference does it make?" Caroline waved it off. "Forget it, Dad. It was just some fools playing a joke on me like that. Luckily, I don't have to hang out with any of them anymore. I can't even see this school. Let's go home." The distraught father calmed his daughter down as best he could, but he returned home feeling quite upset. His sacred duty was to protect his daughter's own blood. And now this. And Caroline, a light-hearted person, flatly refused to reveal the names of the villains. Michael could not, with all his will, break into the school and shake this information out of the teachers. Jennifer reassured her husband, saying that if her daughter didn't want to talk about it, then there was no need to get involved, so she had to deal with it on her own. Besides, she assured her husband, "Caroline always knows that we are close by, and we will always help her with everything she needs. Our daughter is very strong. If she needs our help, you and I will know about it, believe me." Caroline, meanwhile, was lying on her bed, clutching the tattered chain of her pendant in her hand. It wasn't even the dress or the nasty words Vanessa had said that hurt the most. Most of all, Caroline was tormented by anger for the spoiled gift of her father. She realized that the chain could be repaired, but she didn't want to burden her parents with it, telling them that she had just taken the pendant off and put it back to her. Caroline contemplated her future. Now that the hated school was over, the girl could for the first time consciously choose what to do with her life next. She realized that she had no prospects in this city. But to enter a good university in the capital also required a lot of money. And where to get it from? A regular part-time job. From the backwoods. And Caroline couldn't just leave her parents like that. They needed help, including material aid. The girl listed in her mind what she could do best. But alas, the list wasn't that long. Running, cooking, and the ability to wax floors to a shine. God, Caroline thought, was Vanessa right after all. And I'm not going to get anywhere in this life with these opportunities. Bitter tears ran down her cheeks. It turned out that her classmate, without knowing it, had predicted her future. But Carolina was not one of those who let circumstances overrule her so easily. Therefore, the girl decided to do the following. She wanted to work all next year to save a sufficient amount of money. After that, the girl intended to go to try her luck in a large regional metropolis. There she wanted to take a course in her profession, and maybe, after passing it, find a good job with a decent salary in the center. Caroline realized that it would be a difficult path, but she was ready to endure everything to change her life, thus getting rid of Vanessa's humiliating prediction. Having told her parents about her plans, Caroline sighed with relief. They were not against the girl to try to find a decent job. Michael and his wife were very happy that their daughter finally began to come out of that terrible state. "I will continue to help Mom and Dad," promised Caroline. "But I have to think about my own destiny. I want you to be proud of me, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to achieve my dream." A couple of days later, Caroline took her CV to a recruitment agency. She offered her services as a maid and, if required, she could also act as a cook, preparing simple meals. To her surprise, the call came quite quickly after that. In just a week, the girl was already sitting in front of a female employee recruiting domestic staff for wealthy homes. The woman scrutinized her profile and then looked at Caroline intently in the eyes. "What about your stress tolerance? Can you handle unusual situations normally?" The girl was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time she had ever been asked such a question, but she answered nonetheless. "Depends on what you mean by the word unconventional." The recruiter raised an eyebrow that was perfectly fine, like a thread, and began to curl her fingers. "Well, for example, if you are suddenly insulted without reason, from your point of view, raise your voice at you, or, on the contrary, show you special attention, maybe even with elements of a slight flirtation." Caroline gasped in amazement. "Excuse me, do you want to employ me as a maid or, with all due respect, sell me to a not very decent establishment?" The girl realized that after such words she would probably never get a job. But she couldn't help herself. Whatever it was, she wouldn't let anyone humiliate her again. Never. The employee nodded her head briefly and made a note in her notebook. She then raised her eyes to Caroline again. "Well, you answer more or less politely. And your reaction is quite adequate. I will report these points to my superiors so that they can make a final decision. You see, you've had 3 maids leave this place before you, and every one of them felt obliged to tell me in color that they were not warned about how bad it was going to be." "Is that a warning?" I asked Caroline, just in case. "Consider it a warning," the personnel officer nodded. "Expect to be contacted within 3 days. If you are contacted within that time, you are accepted. You will learn the rest of the details of your job on the spot. And yes, I almost forgot. You will be required to live on the employer's premises for the duration of the contract." Caroline nodded in agreement. It was all very strange, but all the more exciting. She really wanted to be hired for this position. The salary was more than generous. There would be something to help her parents. And even if these unusual situations arose in the course of business, she would not give herself an offense. 2 days later, Caroline's mobile phone rang happily, informing the girl that she had been accepted as a maid in the house of a rich businessman. "Mom, Dad, hurrah. I have a job now," Caroline happily announced to her parents. "They said they would pick me up in 4 hours. "I'm going to go pack," Caroline said. Jennifer breathed a sigh of relief and crossed herself. Her husband gently hugged her with the arm that had survived the accident, and the girl's mother slowly lowered her head onto her husband's shoulder. "Here is our girl going into adulthood," she said slowly. "God, I wish she'd do well there." "Don't worry," Jenny Michael held her close. "Remember, you told me yourself that our daughter is a very strong person. She'll get through anything." When it was time to leave, it was not without tears. Her parents saw Caroline off with all the tenderness and warmth of their hearts, expecting her to come back next weekend to share her impressions of her new job. Carolina was picked up from her home 9-story building by a huge black business class UE. When the girl climbed into it, it seemed to her that she was inside a cruise liner, so huge was the space of the car interior. The driver turned out to be a not very talkative middle-aged man, who calmly drove her to the desired destination. When she got out of the car, Caroline couldn't believe her eyes. In front of her stood a gigantic 4-story mansion, made in a completely modern style with glass and chrome metal constructions. Caroline thought involuntarily that the owner of this house must be very fond of shopping centers, if he had decided to live in one of them. She didn't voice these thoughts out loud, of course. Instead, she obediently followed the head housekeeper and housekeeper who led her to the pool, instructing the new employee along the way. Try not to make eye contact with Oliver when he asks you something. It's best to lower your gaze and answer in a matter-of-fact manner. If you're cleaning a room and the owner suddenly walks in, you shouldn't fuss or pretend to notice his presence. Just get on with your work. Oliver is used to all the servants moving about and working almost silently. You're part of this house, and in a way you have to blend in with it and everything that goes on here. Often we don't pay attention to the owner's little quirks, the housekeeper continued. We only call the guards if we realize that it could endanger his life and health. Caroline was silent, but she felt as if she were in some modern fairy tale about an enchanted castle where everyone was silent and could not say a word to the cruel king who ruled this high-tech kingdom. The housekeeper's last sentence, however, surprised Caroline somewhat. "Excuse me, I think you said something about quirks. May I clarify what exactly was meant?" The housekeeper stopped and looked at the girl as if she were trying to see through her thoughts with invisible X-rays. "You were not warned by the agency about possible irregularities, were you?" she asked dryly. "Do I understand correctly?" "No, why not? They explained to me that there were some special circumstances, but what were they?" The housekeeper raised her eyebrows elegantly. "Well then, you'll soon see for yourself." The woman led her to a large rectangular pool, on the marble terrace of which sat a young man reclining in a sun lounger. He was wearing large sunglasses, a bright red Hawaiian shirt, and white knee-length shorts. The guy looked to be about 24 to 25 years old. Judging by his relaxed manner and the way he was calmly flipping through the newspaper in his lap, he was the owner's son. Please, the housekeeper nodded to him. Caroline arrived exactly 10 minutes ago, as the master had requested. After that, the lady silently left, leaving the girl and the young man alone. "Hello," Caroline greeted him politely. "Excuse me, do you know how long we have to wait for Oliver?" The man froze, holding the newspaper half open, and then looked at the girl in surprise from under the shimmering glasses. "I don't understand," was all he could ask. "Excuse me, but you must be the son of the owner of this house, aren't you?" Caroline answered the question with a question. "I just can't get used to how many rules there are here. I wanted to ask you about them before I met Oliver," she continued. The young man continued to stare at the maid in mute amazement. She, not knowing what to do in such a delicate situation, just stood there staring back at him. Finally, the man couldn't stand it any longer and laughed loudly. Caroline felt incredibly stupid, but still managed to squeeze out a weak smile. "Honestly, I've never had one of those before," he said through his laughter and came close to Caroline. The girl blushed instantly, not knowing if she could back away from him at least a couple of steps. The master's son came so close that Caroline could feel the fabric of his fluttering shirt with her hand. "Caroline, that's your name, isn't it?" he asked with a playful smile. "Did Amanda say it right?" "Yes, that's right." Caroline looked up at him again. "Now, Caroline, the owner of the house is not coming here for the simple reason that he is already standing in front of you. I am Oliver." Caroline stood still with her mouth open in astonishment. Without another word, the young man pushed his glasses back over his eyes, and then strode off at a steady pace toward the stairs leading to his private wing. He threw her a final glance without turning round. "I like you, Caroline. You are now definitely accepted. Please tell Amanda and ask her to come and see me when she has a free moment." With these words, he disappeared, leaving Caroline in a half-faint with excitement. Caroline told the housekeeper that the master was waiting for her. She pressed her lips together and showed her into the back room, where she gave her all the necessary clothes and the key to her room. "Remember, we rise at 6, so you won't be seen or heard. And no matter how embarrassed you are, you must continue to do your job. Do you understand?" "Understood," Caroline replied, thoroughly embarrassed. Caroline went to her room to change. Thus began the working day for the girl, She soon realized what Amanda had meant when she spoke of Oliver's quirks. It turned out that he loved to host big costume parties with loud music, beautiful women, and expensive drinks. Besides Caroline herself, there were about 15 other people working in the house, and they all behaved as if they were exactly the same things in the young millionaire's mansion, like some floor vase or a painting hanging on one of the walls. It was, of course, very disconcerting to the girl that all the employees of Oliver's house were acting quietly and inconspicuously. After all, Oliver had clearly made it clear to her that he could socialize with them as ordinary people. Amanda, however, continued to insist on numerous rules of behavior even after her host had summoned her to talk to her. Well, Caroline couldn't cross her either. In the first month of work, she received a substantial advance on her card, part of which she immediately sent to her parents. Oliver remained an inscrutable mystery to her. He could easily walk up and kiss one of the young gardeners he paired with her. They were twin sisters and tended an incredibly beautiful winter garden, but at the same time he never allowed himself any flirtations of a certain kind with her or them. For these purposes, Oliver had far more experienced girls who could safely be called mistresses. One named Molly stood out among them. The long-legged, red-haired beauty spent most of her time with Oliver, and he, in turn, increasingly applied the definition of fiancé to her. The entire staff of the house concluded that soon the young people would be married and their master would have a legitimate wife. However, this eccentric rich man had a completely different side. Very often, especially in the evening, Caroline found the young man immersed in the affairs of his company. He would sit for hours at his desk, and sometimes Caroline was sure he worked all night long. She had never once heard him say a rude word to anyone in the household. And if any of the workers made serious mistakes, Oliver always spoke to them in private, locked away in his office. But his fiancée Molly did not share this peaceful coexistence with the staff. She was always picking on everything, shouting at everyone, and the young maids, including Caroline, tried to bring her to tears. "Why are you talking here during working hours?" she shouted at the girls. "Don't you have anything else to do? Look around, dust, dirt, carpets. You're not sweeping properly. Get back to work, you slackers. Well, when Oliver and I get married, I'll get to work on you. How many of you have Amanda taught you? It's all over the place. What are you looking at me for? Look me in the eye when I'm talking." Molly growled at them like a wild tigress, imagining herself the mistress of the house. The maids held on with all their might, unable to endure her terrifying screams and shrieks. God forbid Oliver should marry that Molly, one of the maids complained to her in the kitchen. "Caroline, then we'd all be ruined." "What can she do to you?" Caroline asked her with a smile. "She's not his wife yet. You're not panicking yet." Millie looked at the girl and said with bitterness in her voice, "You just don't know her, Caroline. This is not a woman. That's jealousy and greed combined. Only in stilettos. She'd run us all to pieces, I'll bet. She's jealous of her master's every plate. The other day she complained to him that we were too pretty to walk round the house and charm him with our slim legs." Beatrice and Caroline laughed together, realizing how absurd the situation was, especially when it came to a man like their master. "I can't lose this job," Beatrice continued sadly. "I have a little son in the village with my mother. I work here and send them money so that Matthew will not need anything." "I understand," Caroline said. "My parents have always lived very modestly in another town, so this place is a real chance for me to make a name for myself." Beatrice looked out the window at the full moon hanging over the horizon and smiled dreamily. "Oliver's very good," she murmured, as if in confidence. "He has his quirks, of course, but he's not as cruel as Amanda says he is. I suspect she's made him look like that to us on purpose, so that we'll work harder and not relax." "He is a little strange," Caroline agreed, and looked away from Beatrice, lest she should read into it the feelings that Caroline felt every time she remembered how close Oliver had been to her. He is very young, and for the owner of such a huge company, how had he achieved all this? "He inherited it 3 years ago," Beatrice replied simply. "Since then, he's had these oddities of working non-stop and resting all the time. His father, Marcus, was poisoned at a business dinner. The police were never able to figure out who did it. You could say the culprit is still walking free. And Oliver is very afraid that at any moment he could be next." Really, Caroline was genuinely surprised. Well, yes, Beatrice nodded. Caroline was struck to the heart. She had never imagined that such a tragedy could have befallen this outwardly light and cheerful person. I think, Beatrice continued, that all these parties and phobias, like the fact that he always takes our cook, Kevin, and one of the maids with him when he goes to other cities, are all ways of distancing himself from this personal drama. Oliver, he loved his father so much, he can't seem to get over losing him. And the bastards who sent Marcus to the grave never got what they deserved. I guess it's all hit him too hard, Caroline muttered thoughtfully to herself. Who would have thought that the rich had more trouble than the common people? All the next night, Caroline could not sleep for some unknown reason. Everything seemed to be going well, but her mind drifted back and forth to Oliver. I wish I knew what kind of man he really is. Maybe this bravado is just a mask, someone more vulnerable, someone she could probably help. A couple of weeks later, exactly what Beatrice had told her about happened. Oliver was going on a business trip of great importance to his business, and, as he always did, he took Kevin, his longtime cook, and his maid with him. The latter, to his great amazement, was Caroline herself. "Why are you so surprised?" Oliver asked her with a slight chuckle. "I need someone I can trust 100% to clean my room and control the food I eat during the trip. I don't think it's a big deal." "Yes, but you don't know me at all," Caroline objected. "I haven't been with you that long. What if I can't do it?" The young man's face took on a serious expression, and then he replied in a voice that sent shivers down Caroline's spine. "Well, if you can't do it, then you and I will have to part. Or we can do it right now, if you're not sure you're ready for a business trip. Because that's what a business trip is to you." "No, it's not. Of course I'll go with you," Caroline said with her lips pressed together. How could she be so foolish as to think that this calculating businessman could have a soul? If Beatrice was right about his worries about her father's death, he was either hiding them very well, or her friend was mistaken. Because how could a man who was ready in 2 seconds to fire another man standing in front of him at that very moment be worried? No, Caroline shook her head as she left her boss's office. Oliver could be anything, but he's certainly not a bereaved person in need of comfort. When all the things were packed and Caroline and Kevin were getting into one of the 2 large jeeps, one for her and the cook, and the other for Oliver and his guard, Kevin said to Caroline with a kind smile, "Don't you worry so much, my dear. I've been traveling with the owner for years, and it's always been fine. It's only for a couple of days. There's nothing to worry about." Caroline answered the cook with a calm but somewhat detached smile. She herself was pricked by something inside her. A bad feeling plagued the young maid. Suddenly, looking up at the upper windows of the mansion, she thought she saw a familiar silhouette flicker into Oliver's study, for a tiny fraction of an instant. She even thought she saw someone's fiery red hair through the window. But it couldn't be. Molly had gone to some foreign resort the other day, and was not expected to return for another week at the earliest. "It must be your imagination," Caroline said to herself. "You should read less detective stories at night." With these thoughts, the girl got into the car. At first the road was good, and the way through a dense forest seemed to the girl even picturesque. But gradually, the closer they got to the wide stone bridge, the more potholes were encountered on their way. The driver explained to Caroline that the road had not been repaired for a long time, and therefore they had to be especially careful here. "You don't have to explain to me," she nodded, remembering the tragedy that had happened to her own father. The driver wanted to say something else to Caroline, but suddenly he was attracted by something unusual happening ahead with Oliver's car. His business car, which was considered one of the most reliable in the world, suddenly began to swerve on the road. Every now and then his driver was swerving sideways. "What the hell is going on up there?" was all the driver of the Jeep with the cook and the maid could manage to say. When the car in front of him went over the bridge railing at full speed and fell into the water with a loud splash. "Oliver," was all Caroline could exclaim in despair. But then their car began to do the same kind of pretzels. "What happened?" Kevin asked, horrified, his huge blue eyes now huge. "Are we all going to crash now?" "Don't talk rubbish, Kevin," shouted the driver, trying to hold on to the steering wheel. "I don't understand. I just had a full inspection last week. What the—" He didn't have time to finish, because their Jeep also failed to slow down and went full speed into the river after Oliver's car. Caroline couldn't remember exactly how she'd ended up underwater. It was just a protective reflex, and she opened her eyes, being already a few meters into the deep abyss. The cabin was completely submerged. This she realized at once. Sitting next to her with his eyes wide open was Kevin. Blood was oozing from the wound on his temple. And Caroline realized with bitterness that the poor man had obviously been hit when the car fell. He was dead, and so was the driver, who was almost immediately choked by the powerful torrent of water. Being an excellent swimmer, Caroline had good lung capacity, so she managed to get out of the Jeep quickly enough. The girl looked, trying to find the second car in the murky water. Finally, she saw it. Oliver's car was buried up to its bonnet in the mud, sinking to the bottom of the river. After swimming a few more meters, she saw Oliver's hands floating in the water, which she grabbed and began to pull him upwards, away from the submerged car. With great difficulty, Carolina managed not only to pull her boss up, but also to drag him to the shore, and from there to the nearest road. There, Caroline was able to stop the first car she could find and call an ambulance. Until the medics arrived, the girl gave the victim all the necessary resuscitation measures. She felt Oliver's pulse on the shore, and making sure that he was alive, tried to pump out most of the water from his lungs. Although the man coughed up enough water, he never regained consciousness, so Caroline had to carry him on her back to the nearest motorway. Caroline's own lungs burned like they were on fire. Her legs were shaking. She was sweating and coughing. But she was determined to save Oliver. When the ambulance finally arrived, Caroline described the situation to them, and they realized that there was something wrong and called the police. Caroline and Oliver were taken to the hospital, where they received all the necessary care. As the girl was hardly hurt, she was able to visit Oliver after a few long hours, which seemed like an eternity. The man, who by then had come to his senses, thanked her profusely. "You said you couldn't handle it," he said in a hoarse voice. "You not only managed, but thanks to you I'm still alive. And I can imagine what you had to go through while you dragged me through those woods. I'm sorry, Caroline. I'm ashamed of the way I pointed out your place," Oliver said. "Come on, Oliver," Caroline said. "The most important thing is that you're breathing. My teachers at school told me I had a talent for running. I'm finally getting the hang of it. If I hadn't run so much, I wouldn't have been able to get you out." Except what?" Oliver asked her grimly. "Your colleagues Kevin, Nick, Matthew. They're all dead," Caroline said with a heavy heart. Oliver nodded understandingly. "I don't understand what happened at all. The cars were in perfect working order, I'm sure of it." Oliver glared at his young savior. "Is something troubling you? Are you ill? Should I call a doctor?" "No," Oliver stopped her. "No, it's not that." The young man reached into his jacket, which was hanging on the chair, and pulled a thick notebook out of the pocket, followed by a pre-prepared pen, straight from the cover. He wrote something on the tiny piece of paper, and tearing it off, handed it to Caroline. "Now you are the only one I can trust." Caroline, not understanding anything, took the slip of paper from his hands. There were some numbers written on it, and the girl counted as many as 10 of them. "But what are these?" she asked. "It's a code. Don't worry, it's not for the safe," Oliver joked. "It's just from my work laptop. The computer is in my office, and I have an unusual favor to ask of you. Please, it will help me understand and solve a lot of things." Caroline nodded, and after listening to her superior's request, she drove back home. Meanwhile, an investigator came to Oliver's room. The policeman interviewed the victim and assured him that they would do everything possible to find the intruders as soon as possible. Intruders, Oliver couldn't believe his ears, so it wasn't an accident. "I'm afraid not," the policeman shook his head. "We have brought the cars to the surface, and judging by the preliminary examination, I have no consolation for you. Someone deliberately cut your brake hose, knowing that you would be traveling in very difficult road conditions," the policeman said. Oliver slowly leaned back on the pillow. "Well, they got to me, too," he breathed out heavily. "Your father's competitors," the policeman said. "I'm sorry, but I've heard about this case. As far as I understand it, they never found who was responsible for Marcus's death." Oliver nodded briefly. "I think it's the same people," he said weakly, feeling the familiar fear that the young man had been so successful at drowning out with alcohol all these years. Meanwhile, Caroline arrived at Oliver's mansion and went up to his office as inconspicuously as possible. She realized that all the cameras in the house had probably caught her, but she hoped that in case the security service was displeased with her, the owner of the mansion would somehow protect her in front of them. The girl booted up the ultra-modern flat-screen computer, then entered all 10 digits written for her by Oliver into the password field. Within a second, a blue wheel was spinning on the screen, and then access to the landlord's desktop opened up. A folder labeled Cameras clicked open. Caroline selected the appropriate date and the Garage tab, then waited for the video she wanted to see to load. Literally seconds later, Caroline saw the garage room. And then, the girl did not believe her eyes at first. A red-haired beauty in expensive shoes and the head of security, the man who was supposed to protect Oliver, entered the garage. He quickly looked around and damaged both brake hoses in the very cars they were traveling in today. What followed was an equally disgusting scene. The red-haired beast, who Caroline realized was Molly, gave her partner a kiss, after which they both left the garage at a leisurely pace. Caroline copied the tape to a flash drive, shut down the computer, and only then called the police. When the investigator and the SWAT team arrived at the mansion, the head of security was already packing his bags, expecting to run away with his girlfriend abroad. But Molly, thinking that their cunning plan had come true and Oliver was dead, had no intention of sharing her loot with her lover. Molly was picked up at the airport as she tried to leave the country. The investigation later revealed that Molly was actually working for the same people who took out Marcus, Oliver's father. She didn't take out anyone specifically, but she was promised an extremely large percentage of Oliver's wealth if he died before reaching the site of his next negotiation. So here Molly had charmed the man closest to him and put the idea in his head that she and he could be perfectly happy if they eliminated their wealthy master. Now Molly and Oliver's head of security are facing a hefty prison sentence. In addition, Oliver's ex-fiancée has shamelessly ratted out her own masters to the investigation. After all, the deal with the police guaranteed her a reduced sentence, while her lover from security will receive the maximum. Thanks to Molly's confession, the ringleaders of the rival company that had ordered Oliver's father were quickly identified. As it turned out, they were longtime enemies of their family, the family of the oldest of the brothers, who'd always wanted to take over their grand business. Oliver, coming out of the hospital, realized a lot and completely rethought his life and attitude to people. The young man first of all forever stopped with parties. In addition, Oliver permanently canceled all the stupid rules and fired Amanda, who frightened everyone. After that, he hired a completely different, kind-hearted woman, who could not only manage his household perfectly, but also interacted with all his employees and co-workers as if they were family. Caroline continued her work in the house, but now they were very close friends. Their shared story of saving Oliver's life brought them together, and that was just the beginning. 15 years later, there was nowhere to park in front of the school where Caroline had once attended. The car park was packed to the gills. So many people had dreamed of seeing each other. And they'd all been classmates once. Vanessa, now an elderly woman, and once slim, stood in the middle of the hall with her husband at her side. The seated middle-aged man clearly didn't understand why he had been brought here, but he couldn't resist the will of his wealthy wife. Vanessa began to look even more full and plump than before. But whereas before her fullness had been almost imperceptible and had given her some of the glamour of her lush forms, now everything pointed only to deterioration and health problems, which Vanessa either denied or did not think it necessary to address. The woman could barely squeeze into a thin, sparkling dress, expecting, as it seems, an unforgettable wow effect from her old-school friends. However, those who admired Vanessa, and those who just pretended to admire her so as not to be pestered, could not appreciate the outfit, for the many folds made Vanessa look suspiciously like a sausage. Then a huge black car, gleaming clean, drove up to the school building. All those who were in the auditorium and were actively devouring the delicious food rushed to the window. They were curious as to who was in it. When the doors of the luxurious leather salon opened, a graceful, slender, taut leg appeared. It was wearing graphite gray boots made of the finest suede. Following this, a beautiful young woman stepped out of the car. Thin as a bamboo stalk, but not too thin either. Her body seemed to radiate health and youth, and the modest smile on her beautiful face involuntarily attracted all eyes, like a magnet. "What's going on? What are you all staring at?" Vanessa said impatiently, pushing through the crowd to the window. The woman gasped loudly, and then her face twisted with envy and anger. A few minutes later, Caroline entered the hall, beautiful and blooming like a beautiful flower. Her classmates stared dumbfounded at her gorgeous suit, a tee of English fabric, her flawless hair, and discreet but quality makeup. No one could have imagined that Caroline, whom they had all mocked so meanly in their youth, would not only not lose her natural beauty and charm, but on the contrary, become the most successful woman of them all. "Hello, Caroline, how are you?" Vanessa stepped forward. "I see you're doing pretty well for yourself. How much do you pay your beautician? Or are you still doing it the old-fashioned way with a cucumber?" Vanessa laughed, pleased with her joke. However, apart from her, no one else made a sound. "Hello, Vanessa." Caroline greeted her calmly. "I just came in for a few minutes. I wanted to see you all. Take another look at my past. One last time to make sure I hadn't lost anything." Caroline took a few more steps toward Vanessa and pointed to her neck. There, as before, hung her father's gift, a pendant in the shape of a star, which the girl had bought with her first salary. "You know, Vanessa, you haven't changed a bit," the woman told her, enjoying the way her former classmate was literally bursting with envy. "You're still just as stupid, and your jokes are stupid too." Caroline looked at Vanessa from head to toe, and with one last glance at the crowd of her former classmates who had fallen from anger, boredom, and time, she slowly made her way back to the exit, saying one last time, "You see, life always knows who has done how much good and evil. Someone chooses to follow his star or gets a chance to become one of its rays. And someone remains an empty, shiny bubble for the rest of his life, from which the whole shell, alas, crumbles with time. Happy life to you all, boys." Caroline walked down to the door of the school. Her classmates immediately rushed back to the window. Oliver got out of the car that was waiting for her outside. He was still as tall and stately as ever, only now he wore a pair of slim-fitting glasses on the bridge of his nose. He was followed first by a boy of about 12, and then a girl of about 7. The children hugged Caroline happily, and Oliver smiled as he rubbed the heads of his offspring. Caroline turned round, and Oliver gave her a long kiss, full of tenderness and love. Then, after the whole story of the cars crashing into the river, he suddenly realized how different this girl was from any woman he had ever met. Courageous, strong, unbending, like a stem of bamboo. She always knew exactly what she wanted and was determined to achieve it. And tender and shy at the same time, pure as a petal of the most beautiful rose. She gave him everything he was looking for in this world and more. When he proposed to her, she told him yes. It was the happiest day of his life. When 6 months after the wedding Caroline told him that they were expecting a child, Oliver finally felt that he was no longer alone in the world. Now they both had a chance to live the life they both deserved, and nothing in the world could stop them. As Caroline and Oliver's car drove away, they did not see how hysterical Vanessa was long afterwards. How she tore at her artificial hair and how she cursed everything in the world, not understanding why Caroline, the technician's daughter, had been able to get everything in this life that should have been hers. Instead, all she had was money, which never made Vanessa happy. Yes, an alcoholic husband who married her just to get a good position in her father's company. Time had not spared her looks. Life hadn't added to her wisdom. And all this Vanessa realized only now, when it was too late to change anything. A bankrupt rich man came to visit his mother, who was abandoned in the middle of nowhere 5 years ago. And as he approached, that night, Walter's dreams were so vivid that when he woke up, he thought, "That's it. I'm drunk. I'm hallucinating." His head rattled so much that he had no strength to get out of bed. The man rolled over onto his side with difficulty and slowly got up. There were pills somewhere. He pulled out the nightstand drawer, fumbled inside with his hand to dissolve the pill in a glass of water. Walter drank and lay down again. He dreamt of his father that night. He was angry with his son, swearing and shouting. But what he did to his mother. "You're selfish and mean," his father said. And Walter stood in front of him as he had years before, as a child, and did not look up. "Mother spent her whole life raising you, denied herself an extra dress. And you," the dream was so explicit that Walter could almost physically feel the slap his father had given him. It was at this moment that his mother had to stand up for her son. She had always protected him from everyone, calmed his father when he was angry, defended him in front of his teachers at school, scolded the neighborhood kids, taking away his bicycle. Where is the mother? His father was getting more and more unruly. He was about to take off his belt and give Walter a beating. But Mum wasn't in the dream. She never came to save her son. And that realization made me feel cold inside. Fear gripped his whole body and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Walter woke up covered in sweat. The man hadn't seen his mother in 5 years. Maybe she's dead, he thought, and that thought made his head crack even harder. Walter slowly looked around the room. Slowly he began to remember everything that had happened the day before. The bailiffs had shown up at the office yesterday with a notice that Walter no longer owned the firm, his accounts were seized, and he had to leave the flat within 10 days. "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Walter raged. "Let's get the hell out of here or I'll call security." The man reached for the phone to dial the number of the head of security, but the uniformed man held out an ordinance to him. "What's this? What are you pulling at me?" "Your paperwork's failing." Walter was confused as he read what was printed on the white sheet of paper. The paper stated that the new owner of the firm was Monica Kravchenko. "Wait," the man said in a more peaceful tone. "Can I call the owner of this Monica who is in the paper here? I'll try to find out everything. I know her." "Please," the man in uniform said indifferently. "Just do your best. We won't be here long." Walter frantically dialed Monica's number, not understanding what had happened or why she owned his firm. This is some kind of misunderstanding, he thought. For a moment the man thought he was being pranked, like on a famous TV show. Now the door will open and a film crew will come in. Everyone will shout it's a prank. A polite voice is heard in the receiver. "The subscriber is temporarily unavailable." "Shit," Walter cursed. "You can only take your personal belongings. Everything else must stay in the office." And seeing that his attempts to reach the new owner had failed, the bailiff pointed to the door. "Please." Still uncomprehending, the man headed for the door. On his way out, he mumbled, "I'll call the lawyers, I'll sort it all out. This is a misunderstanding." "It's your right." The uniformed man replied calmly, locking the door behind Walter. "Have a good day." Leaving the office, Walter dialed George's number. George was a childhood friend. "George." "We need to meet," the man said when his mate's voice came through the phone. "I'm in trouble." "No problem," Brother George replied. "Where and when?" "Let's meet at our bar on the seafront. Get there as soon as you can. All right?" "I will." When George walked through the door, Walter had almost emptied the bottle of whiskey. "Will you have a drink?" he asked his friend, and without waiting for an answer, poured the rest into the glass. "Goov, one more, and get something to eat." "You've got a lot on your plate." Bro George looked at his friend critically. "What's the occasion?" "You won't believe this. I got kicked out of my own office today. And they said my accounts are blocked, and I have to get out of my flat within 10 days. "So you see, they kicked you out of your own firm and won't let you back into your flat," George replied calmly. He sipped from his glass and took a bite of lemon slices. "Everything seemed fine with you, no problems." "I don't understand it either," Walter said in a stammering voice. "But the main thing, mate, you don't know the most important thing. They showed me a paper that says I'm no longer the owner of the company, but the new owner. Who do you think?" George looked with interest at his friend, who was already pouring from the bottle brought by the waiter. The man drank the whiskey, emptied the glass completely, trying to concentrate his gaze, looked into his mate's eyes. "The new owner of the firm is Monica Kravchenko." He said these words sarcastically, slowly, deliberately stretching each syllable so that George would understand faster. "You're Monica?" George seemed surprised. "How so? Did you sign the firm over to her? Are you stupid or what? It's enough that you provide for her with her boutique spas, foreign resorts. I wouldn't have thought of that. Then how did she come to own your firm and your flat?" George had a drink, too. "I know." Walter slammed his fist on the table, drawing the attention of the other bar patrons. The guard at the door tensed up, stretching, ready to throw the rowdy customer out the door. Let's ask her. He took out his smartphone and dialed Monica's number, which was marked as favorite in his contacts. But the caller was still unavailable. No answer, bitch. The man swore. How about the spa? George suggested. That's where the girls usually switch their phones off. Damn it, Walter poured the glasses again. In the morning, he could hardly remember everything that happened afterwards, seeing that he'd had too much to drink. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the guard asked the friends to leave. Walter was indignant, trying to fight with the security guard. George persisted in dragging him into the air. He was assisted in this by the guard. George shoved Walter into the taxi and got in the front seat himself. Walter didn't remember anything else. Walter woke up in his bed with the realization that it was no longer his own. He slapped his bare feet on the floor. The man stalked into the kitchen, hoping there was something to drink in the fridge. George, that's the kind of friend you are. You could have supplied me with something for my hangover, Walter thought, unable to find anything that would help his health. Sighing heavily, he headed for the shower to get some relief and get back to normal. The jets of water were refreshing. For a moment, Walter's memory told him that the bailiff's paperwork had not mentioned his car. I'm going to go see Monica. Let her tell me how she so cleverly took over my firm, the man thought, drying himself with a fluffy towel. He hastily drank a cup of coffee, pulled on jeans and a t-shirt, and left the flat. There was no car in the yard. Walter remembered that he had left it outside the office. When he took a taxi to the office center, he was happy to see that his Jeep was parked in the car park. From the car, the man decided to call the office. Yes, Walter, the friendly voice of Mandy's secretary, answered the phone. Is anyone in my office? No, I'm in the waiting room. No one's come in, she answered. And when will you be here? Without answering the girl's question, he asked another. Has Monica been in? No, I said. No one's here. All right, work. Anyway, listen. Close everything up and go home. Get some rest. I'll call you later when there's news. The man turned the key in the ignition and drove out of the car park. He was determined. Now this bitch will explain everything. She'll tell me everything. I trusted her like I trusted myself. How did she manage to pull this on me? The Jeep flew down the avenue, overtaking cars, trolleybuses, buses. Walter imagined Monica telling him, honey, it was just a joke and everything would fall back into place. Entering the entrance of the house where his mistress lived, Walter pressed the button for the lift. But the lift was still not coming. He stood for a while and decided to climb the stairs to the 8th floor. The bell to the girl's flat rang with a cheerful trill. No one answered. Walter pressed the button again. Finally, the door opened. Monica stood on the threshold. You, what are you doing here? She asked. But Walter pushed her away and walked inside. You tell me what you're doing. Yesterday I found out that you've taken over my company and my flat and embezzled my bank accounts. The man went into the living room. Monica followed him leisurely, wrapping up her dressing gown. Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you flapping your eyes at me? The girl looked at Walter confusedly, with fear in her eyes. Suddenly the door to the bedroom opened and George came out. Now, confusion appeared in Walter's eyes. It's you. What are you doing here? He asked his friend. I was asleep, as you see, he replied. Why here? Walter still didn't understand. George went to the bar, took out a bottle of wine and 3 glasses. He opened it slowly and, pouring the red liquid, handed 1 glass to Monica and sipped from the other. Shall we drink? He nodded at the glass. I'm driving, Walter replied. The absurdity of the situation kept him from realizing what was happening. But he was beginning to realize the worst of it. His best friend was sleeping with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend had somehow robbed him of everything he had earned over the past years. Will you explain something to me? Walter plopped down on the couch, folded his arms across his chest, and prepared to listen to his lover and his friend's explanations. I'm asking both of you, he raised his voice, glancing at George and the girl. Don't you yell, George told him calmly. Not at home. In fact, you don't even have a home anymore. Monica owns the flat as well as the firm. So it's not in your best interest to make a fuss here. If you behave well, we'll leave you some money for the first time, said George. You will? You'll leave me some? Walter jumped up from the couch, grabbed George by the neck, and started to shake him. But the man pushed him with such force that he was instantly back where he had been. Walter wrapped his arms around his head. Everything that was happening seemed like a terrible dream, a nightmare, a delusion. So you're the one who pulled this off and left me with nothing. It finally dawned on Walter that this was no joke, no prank. What do you think? George asked wryly. Monica wouldn't do such a thing. She's not very clever, as you know, but she has many other talents. Yes, Monica. George put his arm round the girl's waist and held her close to him. He looked victorious next to Walter, who was devastated after last night's binge, humiliated. How could you, George? We've been friends since we were kids, Walter asked in a quiet voice. Friends? George let go of Monica and walked over to Walter, who was sitting on the couch. He leaned over him, his gaze angry and prickly. Is that what friends do? You always acted like a king, always taking the best for yourself. I had to make do with what was left. You had the best girls, the best clothes. Your parents even gave you a car freshman year. I was always your shadow, always rushing to your aid when you were whining, George, help. Like yesterday, I came to you as soon as you called. Only that was the last time. Saying something like that? Walter tried to get a word in edgewise. Shut up and listen. George cut him off. I'll be running the firm from now on. Monica is just a formality. Without her, I couldn't have gotten the business away from you. I mean, you were head over heels in love with her. Fool. But you've always been emotionally driven and you've never thought straight. You're also too young and overconfident. No, Walter, you have no sense of self-preservation. And in this day and age, you can't trust anyone. You hear me? Not even the woman who spends the night with you. And you're the one who likes to talk about your successes, George continued. So how much do you need for the first time? I'm not greedy. I can slip a few $1,000s from your old accounts. Fuck you, Walter got up from the couch, looked angrily at his former, now no longer friend. Then he looked at Monica. You're still a doormat, just like you were a doormat. You think he needs you? He'd trade you for another girl with longer legs. All right, that's enough. George interrupted Walter. Get out of here, get out of here. And I don't want to see you again. George pushed Walter towards the exit. Back in the flat, he took out his suitcase and began to pack. A black anger was ripening in the man's soul, developing a filth, stinking, nasty, unbearable filth. Rolling the suitcase into the hallway, Walter returned to the bedroom and opened the safe. It was a good thing he'd been smart enough to keep at least some cash. He put a few wads of money into the suitcase, opened the door and left the flat. The man had nowhere to go. He had been driving around the city for several hours, wondering if he could stay at a holiday resort on the bay. It was a good idea in itself, but Walter didn't want to be alone. He needed to talk, alone in nature. Only a bottle would do. Without noticing, Walter drove out of town. He remembered his nightmare. Why hadn't he dreamt about his mother? She always stood up for Walter when his father scolded him. The decision came naturally. He would go to the remote village where he had taken his mother 5 years ago. It was time to apologize for everything, to repent for getting rid of an aging woman, to live a life of pleasure, to fall to his knees and beg, plead, forgive him. Just so long as Mum was alive. Walter's mother, Tiffany, was originally from Vermont. Her parents lived in a lakeside village near a nature preserve. They worked on a ranch. Unlike other families that had 5 or 6 children, Tiffany's parents did not have many children. After giving birth to a daughter, Tiffany's mother underwent a complicated surgery and was unable to have any more children. The father, who had always wanted multiple sons, accepted it, but Tiffany grew up surprisingly docile. She helped her father and mother with everything. She carried water, stacked firewood, weeded the vegetable garden. Gradually, her father even began to take her hunting and fishing. Her mother tried to teach her the wisdom of cooking. On long winter evenings, they spun, knitted and sewed warm clothes together: socks, mittens, hats, waistcoats. When Tiffany finished 9 grades, she was ready to leave for New York. The village slowly began to die out. The young people were moving away. Houses were falling into disrepair, left without owners. Having settled in the cities, the children took the elderly parents to their homes. When Tiffany's mother heard of her daughter's plans, she pleaded, "Daughter, how can we be without you? Who will bring us a glass of water in our old age? I'll go to college or university, finish, get a job and help you," Tiffany replied. "And my mother is right," said my father. "There's really nothing for girls to do here. I heard the other day they're closing the post office. We'll be traveling 40 miles for our pensions. Let her go, God willing, she'll do well and everything will be all right." Having reconciled, the mother helped her to pack her daughter's things, and on the appointed day she and her father took her in a pickup truck to the railway station. A month later they received a telegram. "Mom, Dad." I got into college. Tears came to the mother's eyes. Her father comforted her. "Tiffany's not stupid, she'll learn, she'll become a man. Maybe she'll take us with her." "Where can we go, Father?" To New York, sobbed her mother. "Where would we go from our farm?" Tiffany was used to city life. After graduating from college, Tiffany got a job at a factory in the personnel department. That's where she met her husband. He was a foreman on the shop floor. For more than a year, the man courted the girl. He was 10 years older. So Tiffany was very shy of this grown man. But he was persistent, and after a year and a half, Tiffany and Stephen got married, playing a modest wedding. And after 3 more years, the works department gave the young family a flat. That's when they began to think about having children. But the years flew by, and Tiffany didn't get pregnant. Doctors said that she was completely healthy and did not understand the reason for the couple's childlessness. 10 years had passed since Tiffany had left her home village, moved away from her parents, and she was constantly writing letters to them. Dad and Mom answered them. But she couldn't go and visit her family. New York, with its frantic pace of life, wouldn't let her go. And yet Tiffany returned to the village. Only the occasion was not a happy one. One day she received a telegram from her father that her mother had died. Taking time off work, she and her husband bought train tickets and traveled to the funeral the same day. As they walked through the village streets to their home, Tiffany was struck by how different everything was. The windows of the ramshackle houses were boarded up. There were no flowering plants in the front gardens, and the cows and chickens could not be heard mooing in the yards. The village was dying. A few neighbors, mostly old men and women, stood at the gate of her father's house, black shawls tied around their heads. Tiffany walked into the house. On a stool stood the coffin in which her mother lay. The young woman cried as she crouched down beside it. She stroked her mother's head, her hands, gazing into her dead, peaceful expression. It was as if Mum was sound asleep. Only from that sleep there would never again be an awakening. After the wake, when the neighbors had dispersed, Tiffany and Stephen remained seated at the table with their father. "That's it, daughter. Our mum's gone," the man said softly. "She was ill. That's understandable. It's just a pity she didn't get to see her grandchildren." "Daddy, we can't have boys," Tiffany complained. She noticed her husband's reproachful look and lowered her eyes. "Do the doctors say they're just throwing up their hands?" Dad asked. "They say we're both healthy," she shrugged her shoulders. "Apparently our time has not yet come to become parents." "It's not the time," sighed the father. "Sins do not give." "What are our sins, Daddy?" Tiffany got excited. "Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Sin is a multi-generational thing. You don't hear its reverberations right away. But you should repent for the sins of your ancestors." "Well, it's time to go to bed. I'll go close up the cattle, and you make yourselves comfortable. We'll talk in the morning." And in the morning the father woke up the sleeping couple and took his daughter and son-in-law to the forest. They walked for a long time along a narrow path until they came to a waterfall, a turbulent stream of water jets falling down from a high rock, creating an iridescent fountain of splashes in the sunlight. The spray played with different colors, flying in a fine trot in all directions. In the bowl at the foot of the waterfall, the water calmed down, allowing me to see the reflection of my face, slightly distorted by the movement of the water. "Take off your clothes," Father ordered. "Dip yourself in the water 3 times and cross yourself." "Am I not baptized?" Stephen tried to object, to whom the whole ritual seemed like nonsense. "Just say, 'Forgive me, Lord,'" the man said firmly, stroking his gray beard. "He might hear you." We're not Christians." Tiffany and Stephen went down to the waterfall bowl and did as their father had instructed. They walked home in silence, each thinking about something different. At dinner, Father said, "The old people used to say, if someone dies in a family and a child appears in the same year, it means that God has forgiven the sins of the deceased. God is merciful. He will forgive our mom and give you children." Stephen looked at his father-in-law in surprise. Tiffany only spoke, "God willing, Daddy, God willing." A month later, the woman found out she was pregnant. And in May, she and her husband had a beautiful baby boy, Walter. The couple was happy they couldn't get enough of the baby. The joy of the birth of a son overshadowed the death of Tiffany's father. The news that came from the neighbors, already after the funeral of the man, for 10 years of childless life they managed to save money. Therefore, immediately after the birth of their son, Tiffany and Stephen bought a cooperative 2-room flat in a new building, in which a separate room was allocated for Walter. Stephen quickly sobered up from the euphoria of becoming a father. He tried to teach his son to work hard, be responsible, and stand up for himself. But Tiffany continued to nurse him like a hen. "You're too hard on your son, Stephen," she told her husband, who made her 3-year-old son take out the bin. "He is still very young. It's nothing, he can lift a cup, but will he carry the bucket away?" On weekends, his father dragged his son to the park for a jog, made him do push-ups and pull-ups on the bar. And when he was 5 years old, he gave him to a boxing class. However, after the first bruise received by his son at the training, his mother flatly refused to take the child to boxing. "Do you want to make your only son an invalid?" She objected to her husband's arguments that the boy should grow up to be a man. Stephen was madly in love with his wife. It was difficult for him to argue with her. The man tried to avoid the slightest cause for quarrel, so in most cases Tiffany was able to win the right to bring up her son as she wanted. Walter was never denied anything. The best toys, a bicycle, beautiful things bought in brand-name shops, all this was taken for granted. Walter was not a stupid boy, though. At school, he studied for a solid 4. Teachers praised the bright pupil, but his discipline was lousy. With his friend George, who lived in the next door, they were always inventing new pranks. One day they bought a rat from a pet shop and put it in the teacher's desk drawer. When she opened it to take out her notebook, she nearly fainted. The mother was summoned to the principal's office. Blushing, she apologized for her son and promised that she would have a very serious talk with him at home. The next day, Walter and George broke a window in the teacher's lounge by throwing a basketball at it. Tiffany had to tell her husband. The principal strictly ordered that new glass be put into the window frame immediately, but the woman herself could not do it. As punishment, Walter was banned from the yard for a week. During spring break, he sat at home, looking out the window as the boys played in the yard. Still, Tiffany's son's childhood was no worse than other children's. In the 9th grade, Walter was given a moped for his birthday. At the end of the first year of the institute, his father bought him a new car. Parents loved their son with all their hearts, and no matter how hard they tried to bring him up in strictness, paid for his growing needs. After graduating from the economics department of the institute, the boy got a job in a large trading firm. "I'm not going to work for my uncle all my life," he told his parents. "Here I will gain experience, learn how everything is actually arranged there. I'll open my own firm." Father by that time had already retired, but continued to work, having traveled a long professional path from a simple worker to the master of the shop, and then the head of production. He thought that trade was not a serious business. The man repeatedly persuaded his son to go to work at the plant in the planning and economic department, but he only waved him away. "Here is your factory, the last century," said Walter. "The future is in business." Dad just shook his head. He thought that business was all about bandits, while an honest man should work for the good of his country. He himself lived like that until the last day, every morning passing through the factory gate. Walter's father passed away without giving anyone long suffering and agony. One day he fell asleep and never woke up. He died quietly, in his sleep. Walter turned 30 years old that year. After his father's funeral, Walter felt he was in charge of the family and felt it was his time to make decisions. He left the firm, sitting in his room in front of his computer 24 hours a day. Then one day he said to his mother, "I know you and your father had savings. I've decided to start my own firm and I want to ask you for money. How much do you need? Tiffany asked. The more the better. I need to rent an office, buy office equipment, but I also need money for the first batch of goods, Walter replied. I'll give it to you. Sure, son, agreed his mother, who was not used to refusing Walter. A year later, Walter was already the director of a trading company, which did not bring super profits but worked quite successfully. The staff was a few dozen employees, which son Tiffany paid salaries on time, and especially enterprising even encouraged bonuses and trips to seaside resorts. And he was in no hurry to return the money his mother had given him to start the business. Tiffany didn't ask him to. She was happy that her son was doing what he loved and that he was good at it. As time went on, and one day Walter came home and told his mother, I'm bringing a girl over tonight, so make us something for dinner. Tiffany smiled. She had been waiting for her son to marry for a long time, but there was no one in their house except his friend George, with whom they had been inseparable since childhood, and suddenly Walter would bring a girl. Maybe they'll even announce that they're getting married. Tiffany would be sure to bless the young couple so that all would be well in their lives. She really wanted to babysit her grandchildren. Her son is in his 30s, and he's not even thinking about kids. Walter met Monica at a club. A spectacular girl in a short, tight dress immediately attracted the attention of the guy. Bright, with a defiant look. She was the kind of girl they say pretty devil. She sat behind the bar and slowly sipped her cocktail. Do you miss me? Walter asked and sat down next to her. The girl looked at him with an appraising gaze. Apparently she liked the young man, decently dressed, attractive, and when he pulled his wallet out of his pocket, took out a large note and handed it to the bartender, saying, I'll have a whiskey and the girl will have whatever she's drinking. The pretty girl smiled white-hot. Walter, the man, introduced himself. Monica, the girl said, stretching her name slightly. I mean, here alone. What are you interested in? The girl was obviously flirting with her new acquaintance. Very serious, Walter said, and put his palm on Monica's waist. Be careful, she warned him. I might hurt you. How could such a sweet, charming girl offend a poor, lonely guy? I wouldn't believe it. Walter tried to make a joke. Here's to introductions, he drank, pushed the glass away from him, and said to the bartender mate, do it again. Monica, sipping her cocktail leisurely, looked at the man. Are you alone? The girl asked. Not exactly. My friend and I agreed to meet here, to have a little fun, and all that work and work, answered Walter, calculating the next portion of whiskey. So I'm the third extra? Monica made a jokingly sad expression on her face. Where does poor Walter work that he's so tired? Poor Walter works at his own firm. Wait, what's poor Walter? He's not poor. He's a very rich man. He started to flounder a bit. There's my friend George. George came to the counter. Walter introduced George to his new girlfriend, and the group moved into the lounge and took a table. Walter found himself liking Monica more and more, and this liking grew in proportion to the drink. The club was already closing when the group poured out into the street. Monica put her arms around Walter's neck and whispered, Would you like to continue the evening? I'd love to, Walter mumbled. Then let's go back to my place. Do you have a drink? She asked, pulling him close to her by his slim waist. Do you have any? Walter spent the night at Monica's, and in the morning, barely able to get his head off the pillow, decided to call George. He had to get home somehow, and George hadn't had much to drink last night. Might as well pick him up brotherly. The phone rang with long beeps. No one answered. You're up, sweetheart. Good morning. Monica stretched sweetly in bed. She reached over to the bedside table, where a bottle of champagne stood. She poured it into a glass, drank it, and handed it to Walter. Want some? It'll give you a headache. Monica waved her head, tossing her hair over the pillow. Don't you have anything stronger? Walter asked. Come on, anyway. There's no ride home, he agreed. What about a taxi? Or do you just not want to go? Monica wagged her finger at him. Walter fell into the hottie's arms. Finally, tearing themselves away from each other, they lay silent, breathing heavily. Walter was the first to break the silence. I'm kind of hungry. Should I cook something to eat? No cooking. I hate the cooker and everything that goes with it, she said flatly. Why don't we go out and have lunch? Where? A restaurant, for example. Let's do that. Walter decided that this wonderful night must have a beautiful ending. I'll just make one phone call, he said. Okay. I'm going to take a shower. Wrapped in a sheet, Monica stalked down the corridor. Tiffany was in a hurry to get home from work. She had to run to the shop to buy cheese and sausage. Today her son would bring his girlfriend to meet her. That thought made her happy. Surely this girl from his work. She's probably smart, kind, and very pretty. There's no other way around it. Her boy won't go out with just anyone. After changing her clothes, the housewife put on an apron and began to prepare dinner. She sent the chicken, carefully marinated since the morning, into the oven and began to prepare the appetizers. In the living room, she spread a beautiful tablecloth on the table and arranged the dishes and utensils. Tiffany was almost ready when the doorbell rang. She hurried into the hallway. Mum, we're here. Walter greeted her mother cheerfully, kissing her on the cheek. This is Monica. Pleased to meet you, the woman replied, looking at the girl with a smile. She looked nothing like the image Tiffany had painted in her mind of her future daughter-in-law, bright, tall, and wearing a short skirt. I'm Tiffany, she introduced herself. The girl smiled silently back. She looked around the spacious hallway with interest. Why are we standing here? Come into the hall, Tiffany invited her son and his girlfriend. I'll be right there, the woman went into the kitchen, while Monica continued to turn her head from side to side. Nice place you have here. Do you live here alone? Yes, my father died and it's just me and my mum, Walter said, uncorking a bottle of champagne. Why don't you get married? The girl asked. It had never occurred to me. Maybe I haven't met the one I want to spend my life with, replied the man. Are you sure? Or maybe your mum doesn't let you. Monica laughed, and Walter looked at her, not knowing whether she was joking or seriously considering him a mama's boy. Stop it. I have a great mum, he hugged the girl. Tiffany came into the room. When she saw the young people, she was a little confused. Well, everything is ready. We can sit down at the table. The woman had a dish with fried chicken in her hands. It smells so good, Mummy. Walter wiggled his nose. I love it when you bake chicken with your signature recipe. Thank you, son, Tiffany replied. Wanting to lighten the mood a little, she turned to Monica. What do you, Monica, like to cook? Can you share a recipe? Monica looked at the woman, then at Walter. I don't like to cook anything, she replied. I prefer to eat in restaurants or, at the very least, order takeout. It was Tiffany's turn to be surprised. How can you do that? How are you going to feed your husband and children? After all, we all know the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. That wisdom works, believe me. So you married Walter's dad because of your chicken frying skills? Monica asked, not the least bit embarrassed, reaching for the salad. Tiffany stopped chewing for a moment. She thought the question was downright rude and insensitive. The smile slowly slid off the woman's face. She looked at Monica, who was putting on the salad, not noticing that she had said something wrong. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Walter tried to gloss over it. Mummy, Monica wanted to say that you are a very good cook, and Daddy just couldn't help but fall in love with such a good hostess. He looked at Monica. She nodded her head. Yes, that's what I was going to say, she said, still chewing. The dinner conversation did not go well. After tea and cake, Walter and Monica left. I'll see Monica off and come back, he kissed his mother on the cheek. She continued to clear the dishes from the table. She did not say goodbye to her guest, showing her displeasure with her son's choice. When the son returned home, Tiffany was about to go to bed. She took a sedative. The woman couldn't get over Walter's girlfriend. She seemed rude, defiant. She was nothing like Tiffany had imagined her future daughter-in-law to be. Mama, are you still awake? Walter asked, peering into his mother's bedroom. No, son, she sighed. Your friend made my blood pressure skyrocket, and I had to take medicine. Mom, why do you have to make things so complicated? The man was indignant. Monica is a normal, modern girl. If she doesn't want to stand at the cooker, she doesn't have to. Nowadays, you can really order ready meals, and the laundry can be delivered to the laundrette. Specially trained people can clean the house too. Why bother? Is it not normal that a woman wants to be beautiful and well-groomed, not tortured by constant cooking, laundry, and cleaning? Do you think I'm tortured? Tiffany asked. Yes, all the years I took care of your father. He always had clean, ironed shirts, and he was always well-fed, and the delicious dumplings we used to make together. Don't you remember? And this one of yours probably has no idea how normal people make dumplings, pies, or where clean linen comes from in the cupboard. Mom, this is my choice in my life. Walter tried to argue with his mother. She doesn't want anything from you but money. Look at her. She's dressed like Tiffany almost swore, though she wasn't in the habit of doing that. I'm sorry, God. If your father had seen that tarnished, tastelessly dressed and ill-mannered girl. Here we go. I'm going to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow, said Walter. He walked out of his mother's bedroom, closing the door behind him. Tiffany sat at the dressing table for a while longer, looking at her face in the mirror. Since her husband's death, she had visibly deteriorated. Her face showed signs of fatigue. Maybe I should retire, she thought. It wasn't the first time Tiffany had thought it was time to stop working. Her health was failing more and more. Her eyesight was getting worse. Then there were the computers that now had to be mastered. Tiffany was having a hard time. The younger generation, on the other hand, was getting up to speed and not afraid to work with any software. It's decided I'll talk to the boss tomorrow. If there is a candidate to take my place, I'll make way for the young people and go on a well-deserved holiday, she decided. Walter's mood was high. His trading company was 1 year old. As director and owner, he could see the results. Profits were growing. There were more and more partners, and the accounts were finally beginning to show a substantial amount of money. On this occasion, the man decided to thank his employees and organize a party. The staff took the news with enthusiasm. It was decided to free the meeting room, decorate it, and order catering with snacks, drinks, and dishes from the restaurant. On the appointed day, everyone gathered to celebrate the firm's anniversary. George and Monica were also invited. Dear friends, colleagues, Walter addressed the audience. I am happy that we are celebrating the first birthday of our company. I would like to thank you for believing in the success of our business from day one and doing everything to make it grow, bring us success and profit. Thank you. The people applauded loudly. I had no idea that your employees loved and respected you so much, Monica said, hugging Walter around the neck. All evening she had been showing that she was directly related to the director, that she was not just his girlfriend, but his favorite girl. Monica had far-reaching plans for Walter. Except his mother Tiffany might be a problem. The other day, Walter gave Monica a luxurious fur coat. However, the gift was not bought on the man's initiative. They were driving through town, and Monica saw a fur store. She asked to come in, because she really likes beautiful fur coats and mantos. The man was unable to object. The girl drove him crazy, and he could not give up his love adventures with Monica. Laving between the racks of coats and mantos, the girl tried on one or the other. At last she came out to Walter, who was drinking coffee on a sofa, spinning round and round. The blue mink coat was very much to the face of the tall and slender Monica. But the price tag that dangled from the sleeve confused Walter. Honey, Monica pouted with greasy scarlet lipstick. Don't I deserve such a gift from you? Look at something else, darling. And preferably this number should be 1 less 0, the man suggested. No, I want this one. It suits me very well. Don't you think it's a little overpriced? It's overpriced. In Europe you can buy much cheaper. Walter tried to dissuade the girl from buying it. But Monica stood her ground. The man had to agree. Wrap it up, he said to the saleswoman, slightly damaging his mood. Prevented Walter from rejoicing in the renewal together with Monica, but very soon the girl was able to lift his spirits by dragging him to her house. He returned home at midnight. The morning coffee, prepared by Tiffany, was invigorating and set him up for work. Walter stepped out of the shower and joined his mother. The woman carefully tossed her son a plate of sandwiches. "Did you get home late last night? Did you have to work late?" she asked Walter. "No," he answered briefly. "Where were you then?" Walter put the cup on the table, hesitated for a moment, then answered in an irritated tone. "Mum, what am I, 5 years old? Are you going to control me all my life? Where I want to be, I'll be there. When I want, then I come. What do you care?" "Calm down," Tiffany said. "I was just wondering," Tiffany said. She was startled. Her son had never let her raise her voice before. "It's just that you usually tell me how you spend your time with George," she added. Walter got up from the table, leaving the cup with the unfinished coffee. "I'm out of here. Lots of work. Sorry," he said, and turned around, leaving the kitchen. He didn't even kiss his mother goodbye. The conversation hadn't gone well, and the morning wasn't going well. In fact, Tiffany wanted to tell her son about her decision to take a well-deserved retirement. The day before, she'd talked to the head of human resources at the plant. And it turned out she'd been wanting her niece to take Tiffany's place for a long time. But only she was shy to say, because Tiffany had worked at the same place all her life and was honored by the bosses. The issue had resolved itself in a fortnight. The woman would be retiring, giving way to a new generation. Now she wondered how her son would react. Surely he would be pleased. Tiffany was already making plans. First, she wanted to buy a trip to a sanatorium. She'd wanted to go to Karlovy Vary in the Czech Republic for a long time. True, she would have to ask Walter to pay back some of the money she had lent him a year ago to start a business. But her son was apparently doing well, and he would give her the money. And then, when she got back from her trip, she'd renovate the flat. It will be necessary to hire a good team of workers to do everything qualitatively and quickly. And in the renovated flat, she would be able to live out her life. That was Tiffany's plan as she planned to leave work. But that evening, Walter didn't come home again. After work, he went to Monica's house, taking her favorite champagne on the way. After a pleasant time, they lay cuddled together. "Walter," the girl murmured. "How about it?" What he said. "Will you marry me?" "What do you mean yours? Yes or no?" She whispered caressingly in his ear. "I will," Walter answered. "When?" Monica persisted. "Tomorrow, isn't it?" Walter finally came to his senses and looked at the girl. "Are we that bad or what?" he asked. Monica reached over to the nightstand for a packet of cigarettes. "I knew it," she said resentfully. "I knew you were just like all men. You come to me, and then you marry some gray mouse." "What made you think that?" the man asked, opening the window to light a cigarette. "If you wanted to marry me, you would have proposed already. What am I, a girl for an hour or something?" "Don't talk nonsense," Walter said. "Don't I give you money? I don't buy you presents. I don't fulfill your wishes." "That's all right. But a wife is something else. If a man marries, he proves his love. You love me, don't you?" "I do." "All right, if that's the way you want it, we'll get married." He put out his cigarette. "Then come to me, my little cat." Walter couldn't resist Monica. A few days later, he picked Monica up after work and they went to his house to tell Tiffany that they were getting married. To mark the occasion, the girl wore a new fur coat Walter had bought her. Let his mother see that he spared nothing for her. Tiffany wasn't expecting any guests. She wasn't feeling well today. Her blood pressure spiked and she had to take some medicine. She lay on the sofa in the living room and turned on the television softly. When she heard the sound of the door opening in the hallway, she didn't get up. She knew it was her son. "Mom, you're home. We're home," shouted Walter from the hallway, helping Monica out of her outerwear. Realizing that her son had not returned alone, Tiffany got up from the couch. Walter and Monica entered the room. "Hi, were you resting or something?" the man asked. "Yeah, I wasn't feeling well," the mother replied. "Hello, Tiffany." Monica tried to appear polite, but still caused negative emotions in Tiffany, which she could hardly hide. "Hello, Monica. Come on in." "I'll put the kettle on." The woman went into the kitchen, but Monica beat her to it. "Don't worry, sit down, rest, I'll do it myself," Monica said. "Yes, Walter, go ahead." He lightly slapped her just below her back. But Tiffany noticed his gesture and wrinkled her nose, disliking the girl even more. When everyone was seated at the table, Monica elbowed Walter in the side. She couldn't wait for him to tell her mother that they were getting married soon. "Mom, Monica and I have something we want to tell you." Walter began, trying to keep his tone solemn, but he hesitated a little. "Why are you slowing down, Walter?" said the girl loudly and clearly, not waiting for the groom to make up his mind to announce the news. "Tiffany, we're getting married." Tiffany sighed and stared into her teacup. "Oh, and yet the contagion is unapologetic," she thought. "Yes, Mum, tomorrow we'll go and apply at the registry office. There are some people we know there, so we won't have to wait long. I think we can get married in a month." "What's the rush? Is she pregnant?" The woman nodded towards Monica, not even wanting to say her name. "Are you crazy?" The girl was indignant. "I'm pregnant." "Well, no, that's not me. It's just that usually those who are in such a hurry are those who have noticed a baby in their sin. Normal people prepare for a wedding deliberately, thinking about every step," Tiffany said calmly and judiciously. "Walter, have you heard? According to your mother, we're not normal people." "I'm shocked." "Walter, why aren't you saying anything?" Monica echoed loudly. "Keep it down, please," Walter's mother asked. "I have a terrible headache." "Mom, it's what we decided," said the man calmly. "It's out of the question. We came with Monica to tell you the news first." "Thank you for that," sighed the mother. She sipped her tea, took a candy from the vase and slowly unwrapped the wrapper. "Aren't you glad? Don't you have anything more to say?" "I'm glad when you're happy. That's all I can tell you," Tiffany replied. "But since you come to me with news, I have something to tell you." The couple stared at the woman in surprise. Taking another bite of her chocolate candy, Tiffany finished her tea. "As of Monday, I'm taking a well-deserved holiday. I've decided that I've had enough of working, and it's time to take a break," she said. "Congratulations, Mum." "It's about time," Walter exclaimed. "Wait, don't interrupt me and listen," the mother continued, looking into her son's eyes. "First of all, I want you to know that I want to have a healthy holiday. That's why I plan to buy a trip to Karlovy Vary. There is good air, mineral springs, all conditions for treatment of my arthritis and hypertension." "That's great. I support this idea and I'm happy for you," Walter replied. "While I'm in the Czech Republic, I'll need to renovate my flat," Tiffany continued. "So I've decided to hire a team of decorators and have them do it right, so I don't have to think about how to fix it up later. I think it'll be enough to last me a lifetime." Walter looked round the kitchen. The flat really should have been renovated a long time ago. Especially nowadays, everything was done with beautiful, modern materials. And if they brought in a designer, they could make a luxury flat out of their 3-bedroom. "In that connection, Walter, I'd like to ask you to return the money I gave you for your business. I'm going to need it now," Tiffany said. Walter looked up and stared at his mother. Monica looked at her lover in surprise. It was obvious that he was confused. His mother's desire to get the money back came as a surprise to the man. To be honest, he had already forgotten, thanks to whom he was able to start so successfully and turn the firm, as they call it, from scratch. "I hope to get it next week, because I have to pay for the trip and give a deposit to the construction team," the mother added. The woman calmly finished her tea, pretending not to notice how puzzled her son was. Monica did not understand anything at all. Only one thing was clear to her: the wedding seemed to be on the verge of failure. It was not enough for the girl to sign and become Walter's wife. She dreamed of a lavish wedding with a museum restaurant and a huge number of guests. Monica was the first to break the silence in the kitchen. "You know what, Tiffany? You should be ashamed to ask Walter for money. He's your own son, not a creditor. And besides, we have a big event coming up. Do you want us to celebrate our wedding in the dining room?" "Shut up," Walter said quietly. But Monica was unstoppable. "You're old. You don't need much. Buy yourself a trip to a boarding house in Los Angeles County and relax for a month. You can renovate it in 2 or 3 years. What, do you have to have celebrities here so you can do a fancy renovation? Shut up, Monica. Walter tried to calm the girl down. No, Walter, I will not shut up. I'm your wife for 5 minutes, and therefore I have the right to decide where to spend your money. If I say there's going to be a wedding, there's going to be a wedding, or you'll never see me again. The girl literally jumped from the table, quickly dressed and slammed the door. Walter tried to rush after her, but Tiffany stopped him abruptly. Sit down, I haven't finished, she said. Confused, the man slumped back in his chair. That's a lot of money, he said. You have to be warned about such things in advance. This money is still in circulation. Soon we'll have to pay for another shipment of goods. It's not even one lorry, but several. Do you realize how much money that is? I have no idea, and I don't want to think about it, Tiffany said firmly. When you needed the money, I gave it to you with no terms or conditions. I was counting on your integrity. Now I need it, and I want it back without disrupting my plans. Mum, don't you care about my plans? Walter asked indignantly. I come to you, tell you I'm getting married, that Monica and I are going to celebrate the wedding in a restaurant. And you don't react to that? How am I supposed to react, son? It's your life, your decision. What does that have to do with me? Walter asked. What does it have to do with you? You should at least be happy and at most help me, Tiffany replied. No, my dear. Everything I had to do, I did for you. You're an adult. You're well into your 30s. So the word should doesn't apply to me now. It's up to you to look after, protect, and support your mother in her old age. Or do you have a different opinion? You're being unfair by denying me the opportunity to marry, Walter said sadly. I'm not stopping you. Marry whoever you want to marry. Give me the money. And let's end this pointless conversation. Tiffany left the kitchen and went to her bedroom. Walter sat there thinking. He was working out in his mind how to get out of this situation without arguing with his mother and Monica, and without losing profits at the firm. He did have to pay for another shipment of goods, and it was quite a large sum. He dialed Monica's number, deciding to go to her to discuss everything, and at the same time to stay at her place for the night. But she didn't answer the phone. She's offended, Walter thought. He switched off the kitchen light and left the flat. Getting into his car, the man headed for his mistress's house. The light in her window was on. Walter noticed this as he drove up to Monica's house. But when he rang the doorbell, no one answered. The man started pounding on the door with his fist. Monica, open up, we need to talk. Footsteps were heard outside the door. Walter breathed out a sigh of relief. What do you want? Monica asked through the door. Talk. We already did. I thought you were a man. Turns out you can't make up your mind without your mummy. Yes, I can, honey. Open up, Walter asked. The door opened softly. A man stepped into the hallway. Monica stood with her back against the wall, her lips down and her eyes on the floor. Her whole appearance showed how much she resented Walter and his mother. Well, aren't you sorry, honey? The man tried to hug her, but Monica pushed him away. Tell me, who do you want to live with, Mummy or me? Monica asked. Of course with you, my love, answered Walter. Then why don't you consider me at all? Do I have to get married in a dressing gown? And my guests will eat Olivier and potatoes with cutlets in the dining room. Don't worry, it won't happen. You just have to wait a little longer, Walter urged her. I don't want to wait. Can't your mother wait with her silly whims? Monica was indignant. I don't know, dear, but we'll think of something together. So he pulled the girl against him and quietly pushed her towards the bedroom. Monica gave in. She knew what strings Walter could pull. Then, lying in bed, they thought of a plan of action. Should we send your mother to a relative? Monica asked. Why? Walter didn't understand. To keep her out of the way. Don't you understand? Let her stay here. We'll have a wedding in the meantime. And when she gets here, you'll give her the money, or part of the debt. She doesn't even have any relatives, Walter puffed on his cigarette. She had relatives. Only her father and mother lived in a remote village, but they died a long time ago. I was just a kid. Where is this village? The mistress asked. Somewhere in Montana. And I didn't seem to go into much detail. Didn't her parents leave her daughter anything when she died? If there's no one else, she must have inherited something. Oh, please don't be ridiculous. What inheritance is there in a remote village? It's a small house, but it's probably rotten by now. My mother once went to my parents' grave and told me that almost all the houses in the village were abandoned. Everything was dead. Monica raised herself up on her elbows and looked carefully into Walter's eyes. There was triumph in her gaze. That's the way out, my dear, she whispered, smiling. Walter arrived home on time on the appointed day. Tiffany noticed that Walter was acting strangely, always trying to give her something. Then he called her to have tea together and talk. After the fight the other day, they'd hardly spoken. But apparently the son had come to his senses and realized that his mother was right. Walter poured the aromatic tea he'd brewed himself into cups and moved the sugar to Tiffany. How are things going at the firm, son? The woman asked. It's fine, as usual. We're working, making progress. You know we're not going backwards, Walter said, smiling. The mother thought his smile was strained, unnatural. What do? Did you go to a travel agency? Tiffany began to tell her, but her son interrupted her, asking for a clean hand towel. The woman went to her room, and he quickly pulled a vial from his pocket and dribbled it into his mother's cup. It was a sleeping pill. Here you go. The mother handed Walter a towel. Thank you, Mum. Now you can drink your tea in peace. You drink too. As they talked, the woman drank the whole cup and suddenly felt faint. She leaned against the wall. I don't feel well, Walter, she said. But the man had already taken her in his arms and carried her into the room. He laid her on the sofa and hurried into the hallway to open the front door. She's asleep. Everything worked out, Monica asked as she entered the flat. Yes, I think she's asleep. We're in a hurry. We have to get there before she wakes up. Walter took his mother in his arms and Monica grabbed a blanket and pillow from the couch. They left the flat and walked down to the courtyard. The man put his mother in the back seat, placing a pillow under her head, and covered her with the blanket. Opening the boot, he threw in Tiffany's warm clothes that Monica had collected. Several bags of groceries stood nearby. Slamming the doors, Walter and Monica hit the road. As they pulled onto the motorway, Walter increased his speed. He drove as fast as he could, afraid that his mother would wake up and his and Monica's plan would fail. By 5 a.m., they reached the remote village where Tiffany had been born and raised. They found her parents' house. There was hardly any snow in town, but here it was knee-deep. Walter made his way to the gate and struggled to open it, and then the door to the house. He went back to the car, carried his mother into the hut, and put her on the bed. Where should I put the groceries? Monica asked. She was standing in the doorway holding the bags. Over there on the table, Walter pointed. He covered the mother with a blanket and put a coat on top to keep her warm. Let's go, Monica. They closed the door and drove away. They glimpsed abandoned houses with boarded-up shutters, lit by headlights. Tiffany woke up and felt terribly cold. She struggled to open her eyes. Her head hurt badly. She tried to get up, but fell back onto the bed, feeling completely powerless. Where am I? Thought the woman. There were wooden walls all around. Faint daylight shone through the boarded-up windows. It took a while for Tiffany to realize that she was in her parents' house. But how she had come to be here, the woman didn't understand. The last thing she remembered was Walter giving her tea. And then darkness. Masters, is anyone there? There was a man's voice. There was a banging on the door. Tiffany tried to answer, but her tongue stuck to her mouth. Hey, came another shout from outside. I'm here, she said in a hoarse whisper. Her throat ached terribly. The door opened. A man with a gray beard, wearing a warm jacket and a winter hat, appeared on the threshold. When he saw the woman lying on the bed under some things, he rushed to her. Who are you? What's the matter with you? He asked Tiffany, patting her cheeks. Are you all right? It's cold, she whispered. Now wait, let me help you. The man grabbed a blanket, wrapped it around Tiffany, threw off his jacket and covered her with it, tucking it under her side. How did you end up here? No one's been here in ages. She stared at him, unable to say a word. A man ran out of the house in a jumper. He was back in a minute. I'll get some wood. I'll heat the stove. It'll be warm. You just put your head down for now. Wait a bit. In a few minutes, the wood was crackling in the stove. Tiffany could see the glow of scarlet flame through the crack in the door. The cooker was warped and wouldn't close tightly. I see you've made a good home here. How much groceries did you bring? Tiffany turned her head and saw the man looking at the bags on the table. She warmed up a little and began to come round. The woman realized that Walter had brought her here to keep her. She was against his wedding, and she demanded the money back. Meanwhile, the man had put a cloth rucksack on the table. I'll pour you some hot tea. You'll warm up quickly, he said, and took a thermos out of the rucksack. He unscrewed the lid of the glass and poured the hot, aromatic drink into it. Taking a seat next to Tiffany on the bed, he helped her up. Here you go. It's delicious. Thank you. The woman took a few sips and thanked him. What's this? I make it myself. It's rosehip, hawthorn, and some other herbs. The man replied. Do you feel better? Yes, I'm almost completely warmed up. And I'm walking, looking at the tracks of a car. From it, footprints lead to the house, began to tell the stranger. No one has been in this house for ages, and now hello guests have arrived. So I thought I'd go in and check who had arrived. And here you are. Who are you? Tiffany asked. As she drank the hot tea, she felt invigorated. Her headache was gone. Oh, forgive me, you old fool. I forgot to introduce myself, the man apologized. I'm Oscar, the local forester. Oscar? How strange, Tiffany said thoughtfully. Why strange? The man didn't understand. Tiffany sat up on the bed. She felt the warmth of the house. The crackling logs in the cooker warmed not only her body but also her soul. She looked round the room. The colored wallpaper had almost completely fallen off the walls. The ceiling looked back at her. Old curtains were hanging from the windows. My mom made them when I was a girl. This is my home. You see, I grew up here, lived with my parents, then went to the city to study and stayed there. My daddy's name was Oscar. He was a forester in those days. Everyone in the neighborhood respected him. He was a very good man. Oscar listened in surprise at first, and then he laughed. So I'm a forester too. Oscar, like your father. What a coincidence. I never would have guessed. And of course I've heard that a very good man used to be a forester here. But I didn't know we were namesakes. Oscar laughed again. How did you end up here? Where are your relatives and friends? The car you came in. I saw the tracks. A Jeep or some other off-road vehicle? I don't know, Tiffany said sadly. I guess I don't have any family or loved ones anymore. The forester took her hand in his, noticing the sadness of her new acquaintance. Don't jump to conclusions. Things happen in life, he sighed tiredly. Then he squared his shoulders and spoke in a cheerful voice. If you've decided to stay here, you'll have to put the house in order. I'll help you. Do you mind? No, not at all. Tiffany smiled. Who wouldn't want help under these circumstances? Thank you. All day long, Oscar and Tiffany tidied up the house. The first thing the man did was to take away the boards that had been used to board up the windows and fix the doors, which had fallen apart. Tiffany got to work scrubbing the floors and windows. After removing the old curtains, she poured water into a basin and prepared to wash. But Oscar stopped her. You shouldn't have such old curtains in the house, Tiffany. So what am I going to do without curtains? We'll put up new ones, Oscar said confidently. Where are we going to get them? Wondered the woman. If we look hard enough, we'll find them, said the forester in a mysterious tone. Tiffany shrugged her shoulders. The day was drawing to a close. Tiffany had already boiled the potatoes, cut the sausage, and opened a can of stew. "Your son was very thoughtful, not daring to leave him in the woods without food," Oscar said, but he immediately regretted it. Tiffany grew sad again, thinking, "Yes, that's the way it is. Raising my only son. You spare nothing for him, and he takes you to the woods, to a cold hut," she sighed. "Don't worry so much, Tiffany. People live everywhere, and you're your own here. This is your homeland. The Karelian forest. It has some kind of ancestral memory, protects those who were born and grew up under its pines. Everything will be all right." "I know," the man smiled. Tiffany thought, "What brings him here? He's certainly not from around here." Tiffany and Oscar became friends. The woodsman visited the woman every day, helping her with chores. Oscar fixed furniture that Tiffany remembered from when she was a little girl. He brought water, helped with firewood. Tiffany fed him a delicious lunch. "I saw lights on in some of the houses, people living. I guess they're not leaving," she asked Oscar one day. "They are. There are 10 houses left from the whole village," he replied. "Mostly the ones the children don't need, and the lonely old people." "What do they do here? Who keeps cattle?" "The vegetable garden feeds them. They go to the forest to gather berries and mushrooms. They catch fish in the lake, then sell them in town. And there's nothing else to do here. Televisions aren't always on." "Do they have televisions in the houses?" Tiffany got excited. She was bored alone. She was also bored with the soap operas she liked to watch in the city in the evenings. "Yes, but the connection sometimes goes down, especially in the winter." Tiffany suddenly got up from the table and went to the wardrobe. There were things that Miles had hastily thrown into bags. She found among them her card, which was to be used to pay the woman's work and pension. Here she handed the card to the forester. "This is my card." "What is it?" The man didn't understand. "I beg you, let's go to the shop and buy me a TV set." "Please," she asked, her palms folded across her chest. Oscar thought for a moment. The nearest shop was 80 kilometers away. It would take all day to get there and back. But Tiffany looked at him with such pleading eyes that he couldn't refuse her. "All right, we'll take my car tomorrow," the man agreed. Tiffany smiled happily. She was growing to like this strong man with such a familiar name. He reminded her very much of her father. 2 months passed, summer came. One warm evening, Oscar and Tiffany were having tea in the yard. The forester had made a small table. Tiffany tied a tablecloth on it. The trees swayed quietly around them, enjoying the pleasant company and tranquility. The woman suddenly thought that nothing ever just happens. Perhaps she should have come back here a long time ago, she wondered to herself. She liked preparing the vegetable garden for planting. She liked setting up the house, making it cozy. Tiffany, Oscar said to her, "You and I are both old. We live here together and we don't seem to get bored." "What's there to be bored about?" "I'll plant a vegetable garden soon and then I'll take care of it," Tiffany told him. "Yes, a vegetable garden is certainly something to do. But that's not what I meant." "Well, Tiffany, let's live together." The woman looked at Oscar in surprise. In his kind eyes there was so much hope, warmth, life experience. "We're hardly ever apart, Oscar. I mean, let's live together, run the household, and watch your TV series in the evenings." He looked so touching in his uncertainty that Tiffany couldn't stand it and held out her hand to him. "Come on, Oscar. It really is more fun together." Without hiding his joy, the man put his arms around Tiffany, held her tightly against him, and stroked her gray hair. One day, returning from the forest, Oscar brought a small fawn into the house. The animal was wounded and looked weak, almost lifeless. "What's wrong with it, Oscar?" Tiffany asked, putting aside the basin of laundry. "He's trapped, the little fellow. I guess the poachers were at it again. I had to rescue the little lynx." "Wow, a lynx. He's healthier than a big cat," said Oscar. "Bring the first aid kit, please." He treated the wound on the lynx's leg, applied a bandage with ointment, and calmed the animal down. "He'll stay with us for a while and then we'll see." An old dog box was re-equipped for the Lynx. We had to renew the boards and make an enclosure out of metal mesh. The Lynx was named Rex. This was the name of the previous owner of the box. But he was a dog, not a wild cat. The pet was very affectionate, licking Tiffany's hand as she stroked and bandaged him. A few days later, Oscar returned with a large box. There were 12 chickens in it. "That's not nothing," he said proudly, showing Tiffany the chickens lurking at the bottom of the carton. "Now we'll always have fresh eggs." "Oh my God, Oscar, where are we going to keep them?" Tiffany spluttered. "It's not a problem. Tomorrow morning I'll start building a chicken coop, and then I'll build a stable. We'll have a cow, goats, geese, piglets. We'll have our own farm." Tiffany only shook her head, smiling and enjoying Oscar's thriftiness. It was not a problem for him to get the wood to build buildings. That's why Oscar decided not to be petty. And in just a month, not only the barn, the chicken coop and the pen for geese and ducks, but also a new bathhouse grew in the yard of the house. Tiffany was overjoyed when the first smoke appeared from the chimney. "In time, we'll renovate the house," Oscar promised. "As long as I have the strength, I'll do it all." Once a month, Tiffany and Oscar drove into town to withdraw money from their cards and get Oscar's salary. At the same time, they would stop by the market and sell eggs, milk, and poultry to the vendors. The price was not high, but they did not want to trade themselves. They had to go back and do farming. Having made the necessary purchases, they would go home. One day on their way back, they noticed a car on a forest road. "It's not ours, some tourists, probably," Oscar suggested and pulled up next to the unfamiliar car. "Hello. Do you need any help?" "Good evening." A man in his 40s approached Oscar. "My car broke down. No matter how hard I try, it won't start." "Let me have a look," the forester offered. He looked under the bonnet of the foreign car, touched and moved something. "It's bad, it needs repair," said Oscar. "Where is there to repair?" asked the man. I looked on the navigator. There are no settlements nearby. 2 boys of about 8 or 10 years old jumped out of the strange man's car. They were followed by a woman. Oscar looked at the family and said decisively, "Let's go to our place. Tomorrow morning I'll take you to the service. There's a cable." The men hooked the foreign car with the cable, and everyone settled down. Oscar dragged the broken car to the village. "Here we are," he said. And Tiffany, inviting the guests in, added, "Come inside." She led the woman and her children inside. It turned out they had traveled a long way. "We've wanted to see the local sites for a long time, but the car was a little slow," the woman said. "My name is Natalie, and these are our sons Miles and Nicholas." The boys sat down near the enclosure with a lynx, looking at it in surprise. Everything in the house and in the yard seemed strange. In the evening, everyone gathered round the table outside. Oscar and Natalie's husband Travis grilled meat on the barbecue, and the women prepared vegetables and herbs. For such an occasion, Oscar got a bottle of moonshine from somewhere. To getting acquainted to meeting. "Here's to your car being repaired quickly," he said, pouring it into shot glasses. Everyone present supported him. The evening was wonderful. Natalie put the children to bed in the house. They barely made it to bed. The hosts and guests all sat around talking, drinking fragrant tea with forest herbs. And the next day, Travis's car was taken to the service center. It turned out that it would be ready only the next day, and the men returned to Oscar and Tiffany's house. The guests had brightened up the homeowners' lives. All day the boys tended to the animals, fed carrots to the rabbits, carried hay for the cow and collected eggs in the henhouse, and then drank steamed milk. Travis and Oscar chopped wood and stacked it in a neat stack, and the women cooked meals. In the evening, everyone went to the lake, swam and boated, and when they returned, a real bathhouse was waiting for them. It was a wonderful weekend. "Thank you," the guests thanked the hospitable hosts. "We could not even imagine that this is such a wonderful holiday, and we really enjoyed it." "Come back again," Oscar said, shaking Travis' hand in farewell. "You bet we will, and we'll bring our friends with us," he promised, as the car with the new friends drove off down the street. Oscar said to Tiffany, "I think it's time to start building guest houses." All summer Tiffany worked in the vegetable garden, harvesting crops and making preparations for the winter. Oscar got serious about building an addition to the house. He enjoyed having visitors, and in his heart he hoped that Travis would keep his promise and come on holiday to visit them. The man and woman went to the woods to pick berries and mushrooms, made jam and pickled vegetables, and in the long winter Tiffany knitted warm socks, mittens, and other things from the rabbit's wool. So the winter flew by, followed by spring. The elderly couple's household gradually expanded, and the chores became more troublesome. One evening they were finishing digging a plot of land for planting potatoes, when suddenly a few cars drove up to the house one after another. "Who's that, Oscar?" Tiffany wondered. "Let's see," replied her husband and went to the gate. Travis walked towards him. "Well done, master," he shouted when he saw Oscar. "How are you? Are you well?" "Healthy, thank God," he said. "Tiffany, look who's here." The men hugged each other, happy to see each other. "Will you take me in?" "I want to stay for a week, go fishing, walk in the woods, just relax," Travis asked. "Why do you ask? We are only glad to have such guests." Oscar smiled, patting his friend on the shoulder. "But you see, I didn't come alone." "How many of you are there?" asked the owner. "Is this all of you coming to our place?" He pointed to the cars. "Yeah, we'll sort it out among the guests." People started pouring out of the cars. Men, women, children. And before Tiffany could catch her breath, she was surrounded by young women, shaking hands and calling out their names, asking her where to take her things and her groceries. "To the house, girls, to the house," Tiffany replied, confused. Gradually, things calmed down and there was no more fuss. The women began to prepare the food, and the men set up some tents in the yard. What clever people, Tiffany thought. The children had beds in the house and the adults were in the yard. The noise, the fun, the joy of the children's voices settled into Tiffany and Oscar's previously quiet home for a week. The children enjoyed feeding the animals, going to the lake with their parents, and playing outside. The women helped Tiffany, even though she refused to help. After all, people were here on holiday. The men had plenty to do all day long, and they enjoyed it all because of the variety. Oscar even took the guests hunting. And how they enjoyed fishing. Tiffany collected gifts for the guests: socks and mittens made of rabbit wool, jam made of wild berries, pickled and salted mushrooms, and smoked fish caught by the guests themselves. For a long time the hosts hugged and could not part with their guests. They had become so close during that week, and when the townspeople left, Tiffany found money and a card under the tablecloth in the room, wishing them well and hoping they would meet again. "So we've made our first money on our farm," Oscar smiled happily. He felt that soon there would be new guests in the house, and he was not mistaken. A week later, another group of 3 families arrived. "Travis told me you guys have a great holiday here," said a man named Scott. "It's a good holiday. Come on in the yard," Oscar said. "Rumors abound, but good things come to good." A few years flew by unnoticed. Now, from May to September, tourists from different cities came to visit Tiffany and Oscar, some for a day or two, and some for a week. Oscar had built several summer houses, bought 2 boats, and installed a drip irrigation system. People from megalopolises and noisy cities liked to relax surrounded by wild, untouched nature. The hosts did not demand payment for accommodation and did not set any rates. After all, the guests helped them in many ways. But the tourists always left money, which Oscar invested in new buildings, the purchase of fodder for cattle and other necessary things. That day they were waiting for the next guests. "Look, someone is coming," Oscar shouted to the woman. "I think it's ours." A black Jeep stopped at the gate, and a man got out. He looked with surprise at the good house with beautiful carved plait bands, at the strange man, at the links in the enclosure. "Don't you recognize him?" "My son is here," Tiffany said quietly, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand. She took a few steps forward and smiled, bowing her head. "Hello, son." "Hello." Walter's legs gave out at the sight of his mother, healthy, beautiful, and cheerful. He hugged his mother and sobbed, stroking her head. Tiffany softly spoke the words that Oscar had once said to her. This is our homeland here, son, the Maine woods. It somehow keeps the memory of our ancestors alive, protects those who were born and raised beneath its pines. It's going to be okay. I know it will.